pledge allegiance
pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Item number 2, land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future. We call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Item number 3, roll call, City Clerk's report and statement of conflict. Good evening, Madam City Clerk. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. Would you mind please starting the roll call?
Yes, thank you. Mayor Salimi?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Here.
Councilmember Tave?
Here.
Councilmember Toms?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Here.
City Manager Murray?
Here.
City Attorney Kasher?
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, February 24th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. And lastly, does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Let's move on to item number 4, convene to a closed session. Tonight we have a conference with labor negotiators, and the employee organization will be the PPEA. Do we have any specific comments from the public at this moment, please?
Good evening, Mayor. There are no public comments at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. Good evening. If this is the case, it's 5:03. I will close the open session and convene to a closed session, and we will resume back in person at 6 p.m. Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Don't answer that. It's 6 o'clock. Let's go.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Vincent Salimi, the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I welcome you back to the city council meeting of March 1st, 2022. And now we are on item number 5. We are reconvening an open session to announce the results of the closed session. No reportable action. I will close item number 5, and then I will move on to item number 6, which is citizen to be heard. Good evening, Mrs. Stone. How are you?
Good, Mayor. How are you?
I'm good. Do we have any citizen who wish to talk tonight, please?
I'm just giving it a couple more seconds for the virtual hands. No, Mayor. Actually, yes, there are. We will start with Debbie.
Good evening, Ms. Long. How are you?
Let's see. There. Good. How are you, Chrissy?
Good. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. It's been brought to my attention that the senior center, assuming that this is correct information, that the senior center is not being rented out on weekends because there's no one to set up or lock up. In light of things being opened up, this is outrageous. Tonight, the city talks about raising our taxes under a city charter, yet it is losing rental revenue on the senior center. I'm requesting that the council direct staff to immediately rectify this. Tonight, under the consent calendar, you have, or will be approving, I guess, an increase of salary and benefits to some of the employees. If you cannot hire people to oversee the rental process of the senior center because of low pay, then that needs to be rectified as well. During the pandemic, we've already lost tens of thousands of dollars in rental money. Now that things can open, we need to be ready to address the needs of our community and capture every bit of revenue for the city coffers that we can. And lastly, this addresses the last meeting. You had a public discussion regarding the placement of a lien on an individual's property. And tonight you have, under the consent calendar, an item placing liens for unpaid waste collection charges. However, those are all confidential. So my question is, why are the liens for wastewater collection confidential when the item of the last meeting was not considered confidential and was discussed openly with a person's name and address? I realize you probably can't answer this tonight, but I was just curious about what the difference was between the two. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long. We will we'll respond to this question after we hear from everybody. Public comments. Next citizen who wish to talk, please.
Yes, we have someone identified as Public Works Admin. Can you please identify yourself with your first and last name?
Sorry, I couldn't change the username. My name is Nancy. I'm a resident of the city of Pinole, and I would like to know, I've been sending emails and even wrote comments on the February committee, and I have not heard any responses. How long do I need to wait in order for somebody to respond to my questions? You may answer today or maybe via email. And I know that I've been sending multiple emails to different people, and I'm still not having answers. Also, one of them is about, sorry, I'm nervous, is about the money that the city approved to give to citizens on a specific funds that received from the city. I haven't seen anything in your website. Doesn't have any updates on anything that the city approved to give to citizens regarding to COVID relief. That's one of them. And another one, can't think right now. Just wondering how long do I have to wait for any answers, or who will be the right person to send my emails so they can respond. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record, this is Miss Nancy Donald, correct? We'll be responding back to her email. Next citizen who wish to talk, please.
Mayor, there are no more public comments.
I will be forwarding the email that I received from Citizen Nancy to the rest of the city staff, and if you give us 2 weeks, we'll be able to provide you an answer, ma'am. And I would like to also ask staff the question related to what Ms. Long asked tonight, related to the rental of the seniors center first. Is this something that the city will be able to rent again?
So I'll get started on that, and if our recreation manager, Maria Picasso, is available to join, I'll have her answer it. I wasn't aware of the situation that the member of the public referenced regarding not renting the senior center because staff are not available to open and close it. The senior center has been closed for rentals for a long period of time for COVID health reasons. But I'm happy to get back to the member of the public who asked questions and provide that information to the city council regarding whether or not the city has not been renting the senior center due to a lack of staff. So we'll circle back with the commenter and the council on that.
Thank you. And then if I may ask, the next question here is related to the item on the agenda. Why not all the names listed on? Why are some names? Why are the names not listed, but the last meeting the name were listed?
I'll defer to the city clerk on the protocol for listing the liens for code and or the city attorney for code enforcement opposed to refuse bills.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to just give a little bit of history. So we, as a past practice, have always not included the full list, preliminary list that Republic Services sends over to us before placing and recording the liens with the county. We've done this as just a way to protect the personal information of so many community members. Ultimately, those liens do become public record once they're recorded. And any confidentiality around the code enforcement lien issue, I'll defer to the city attorney on that. But that just to speak to how the garbage liens are typically handled. This has just been a past practice for many, many years in Pinole to just try to protect the privacy of our community members.
Thank you, City Clerk Bell. Regarding the code enforcement related lien, the municipal code entitles the property owner to a public hearing. And so in order for them to avail themselves to the kind of administrative remedy and process, the public hearing is obviously open. It's their opportunity to present their case to the city council and for the council to consider whether or not to place the lien or to give some other alternative form of remedy. So it's because the municipal code requires or allows for a public hearing to take place before the lien can be placed on a property. That's why we disclose the information of the property owner.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney Kasher. Before I close the public comments, do we have any other hands being raised right now?
Yes, Mayor, we do. We have a telephone caller, last 4 digits 7001.
Good evening. Can you please state your good evening? Can you please state your name, city of residence, and the topic you would like to speak, please?
Yes, my name is Lisa Ansara. I live in Pinole, and I would like to just comment on the construction of the bridge into Hercules.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comment. This is an agendized item. I will invite you to come and talk on that specific subject when that item will be discussed. It's an item on the agenda at this moment. We are just taking public comment on item not agendized, ma'am. If you don't have
not on the agenda.
That is
okay,
correct.
No, not at all.
Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Any other citizen who wish to talk, Madam City Clerk?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. At this moment, I will close item number 6, citizen to be heard, and I will move on into item number 7, reports and communication. Item number A, report from the mayor and announcement. We will be reconvening in-person meeting starting in 2 weeks on March 15, 2022. And I look forward to seeing you at the Chamber of Commerce here in the city of Pinole. That concludes my report. Item 7A, do we have any public comments on that specific item? Madam City Clerk. I see one hand raised from Mr. Cornyn Hindler. I believe he wants to make a comment. Please, Mr. Hindler, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir. Good evening.
So, good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Pinole and I'm a Richmond resident. So, I can't wait to come see the Pinole City Council in person, finally, because I do have a lot of things to say. So, that's all. I can save my other comments for the other items. That's it.
Thank you, sir. I believe that concludes the public comment. I don't see any other hand raised on item 7A. Then I will move on to item 7B, mayoral and council appointments. We do not have any tonight. Move on to item 7C, city council committee report and communications. I will start with the Mayor Pro Tem, David Murphy. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. I do have a bit of an update this evening. So I do want to take, it's a privilege. I think it maybe, hopefully it won't be more than 5 minutes, but I just wanted to say thank you for the time. First and foremost, welcome to March. And as we conclude Black History Month, I want to wish our community, the Pinole community, as well as our city staff and our council a happy Women's History Month. I know that there are a number of women past and present who have contributed to the success of the city. And so I just want to say you are seen, you are heard, and we uplift you this month as we celebrate you.
We will have a proclamation, Mayor Pro Tem, on the 15th as well.
Fantastic.
Just wanted it. Perfect.
Fantastic. Well, this is my way of just saying happy Women's History Month to everybody and looking forward to our proclamation. I also would like to say thank you for all the residents who attended my last month's coffee. If you're interested in joining this month's coffee chat, I do host a monthly coffee chat on the third Sunday of the month at 9 a.m. Our next coffee chat will be in person, although I'm leaving my Zoom link available for a virtual option. That'll be on Tuesday, March 21st at 9 a.m. And it'll be at East Bay Coffee. So if you are interested in joining us, please do. I ask for folks to use the Zoom link just to RSVP, just so we know how many folks are coming. That information is available on my website at www.murphyforpinole.com. And would love to see more members of the public, especially now that we can transition back in person. I'm looking forward to talking about the issues that matter to you most in Pinole. I have somewhat of a large MCE update, so I forgive me ahead of time, but I think it's just really important to uplift some of the work that we've been doing this year, as well as last year. So first and foremost, I wanted to congratulate Sustainable Contra Costa. I do know that there's some Pinole youth involved in this organization. Sustainable Contra Costa was awarded the 2022 Charles McGlashan Award. Charles McGlashan was the first chair of the MCE Clean Energy Board of Directors. And so we give this award mostly to organizations that are doing work around climate action. So congratulations, Sustainable Contra Costa, and also the Pinole youth involved in it. They were awarded this year's award primarily for their youth development efforts. So I definitely wanted to give them a shout out, and especially if anyone is watching, congratulations on your work. Additionally, we have very excitingly signed the largest solar project to date with MCE. This solar project is called the Golden Field Solar. It's constructed with union labor, so it's using a project labor agreement. It includes a pollinator-friendly habitat for the project site. In addition, it's also the project developer for a specific solar project is pledging $100,000 as well as 100 hours of employee time toward community benefit initiatives that directly impact our MCE service areas. So that includes Pinole. So it's really exciting to see this new project. Again, this is our largest solar project that we have at MCE now. It is in Kern County, so unless you're driving down the 5, you won't be able to see it. But all of this is still benefiting our service area and particularly residents of Pinole. So really, really big deal. And again, this goes back to us adjusting our climate goals, both as a city, as a state, and certainly as a region as well. So looking forward to seeing that project come into fruition. It is in development phase now, but we'll keep you all updated on how it goes. Thirdly, there have been reports of scammers posing as MCE. So I wanted to give the public an awareness that any legitimate representatives approaching you on behalf of MCE will be able to provide valid ID and credentials proving that they are authorized trade ally or partner with MCE. If they do not provide you valid ID and credentials, they are not MCE. So I want to make sure that our community is not taken advantage of. If you see or hear any suspicious activity, please email info@mcecleanenergy.org. You may also call the number 1-888-632-3674. That's 1-888-632-3674. It's really important that we support each other. So if you do see something or hear something, please contact those two contacts, that email or that phone number. We want to make sure to protect our residents as much as possible. Starting today, we are going to, most MCE customers are now transitioning to time of use rate plans. So that means that the cost of electricity is based on now when you use it. Rates are more expensive from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. and cheaper at all other times. You can, if you're an MCE customer, decline to participate in this transition and remain on a non-time of use rate plan. If you want to do that, what you'll have to do is go to the website, mcecleanenergy.org/TOU, which is short for time of use. And you can decide that. What I will say is that participating in this time of use plan actually allows us again to meet climate goals. And so I know it's a change. I know it's different for folks, but let's try it out. Let's see how it works. This is the first day for that. And I think it'll be a great opportunity for us to see, again, hopefully address some of our climate goals, but also I hope that it works well for our customer base as well. So I'm going to do that. And then the last two pieces on MCE is just that I'll be chairing our technical committee meeting this Thursday, March 3rd at 8:30 a.m. One of the biggest items on the agenda is in regards to our $3 million resiliency fund. So this meeting at 8:30 will be deciding whether or not we want to allocate $300,000 to fund battery power for off-grid batteries for customers. So for folks who don't know, Pinole is actually the fifth largest city with that has had power shutoffs since in the MCE customer base since 2019. So while we're a small city, we've actually had a lot of people impacted by power shutoffs, particularly those customers who are low income and also those who are dependent on electrical medical devices. So this technical committee this Thursday, we're going to be voting on using some of that $3 million fund to benefit the customers in Pinole, as well as other service areas to ensure that at least $300,000 of that is gifted for battery power. And then, of course, we also have our executive committee meeting on Friday at 12:15 p.m. Again, all of this information, including the agendas and meetings, minutes of present and past meetings are available at mcecleanenergy.org, and all the information I'm telling you is available there. So feel free to visit the website for more information.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Excellent report. If you don't mind sharing with the city staff those link related to MCE in time of energy use, so that our citizens can actually have access to those links, I would appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely. I'm happy to do that.
Anything else? Go ahead, please.
I mentioned this last thing, and I know we posted this on our city website, so I hope that we can keep this amplified. But Contra Costa Behavioral Health Services, which is a department of Contra Costa Health Services, is conducting a virtual forum on mental health. That'll be this Thursday, March 4th at 2:30 p.m. And it ends at 4:30 p.m. It is virtual, and you can go to Contra Costa Health Services website if you want more information on signing up. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned energy and MC. I just want to clarify instead that every 4 years, PG&E is required to file a GRC application with the California PUC to propose rates that reflect the projected cost to safely provide service, maintain infrastructure, and make needed system improvement. And they have to basically file a rate increase, and they have public forum hearings. And one of them was today, and another one will be on March 10 of this month. So I will be forwarding the link to participate in a public meeting via I'll be forwarding this to the city manager, and I will invite the city to post it on the city website so our citizens can actually participate to that public forum meeting as well, since it's related somewhat to energy. Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. I will move on to Councilmember Thomas, please.
Sure. Good evening. I have two updates. The first one is the East Bay Hills Fire Prevention JPA Subcommittee met last Thursday. And after a lot of discussion on whether or not we should, move forward on a JPA, we came up with 4 different alternatives, and they include adding resources to fire safe councils, adding resources to the East Bay Hills group that was formed after the Oakland fire. That's the Hills Emergency Forum. Third option would be establishing a JPA. And then the fourth option was to sort of take it step by step and identify some pieces that cannot be implemented under the existing scenarios of, for instance, our Contra Costa County fire chiefs all work together already. So if there's some projects that could be done outside of that forum, perhaps an MOU for those specific tasks. So we are going to continue to meet again with this subcommittee, and I'll provide more information on that. And then the other item is that Councilmember Tave and I met with our city attorney with our municipal code committee, and we discussed a fireworks ordinance that would address illegal use of fireworks, and it will be modeled after the one that the county did. And it becomes a huge problem in our city, both with fire safety, noise, annoyance to pets, and public safety altogether. So look for that in the next couple of meetings. And then we also looked at ethics and whether or not we want to put that into an ordinance or revamp the resolution. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Thompson. Good evening. Councilmember Tave, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Yeah, that pretty much covered it, municipal code. I don't have much else to report. I think Councilmember Thoms had covered it. We did continue that item for the ethics to have a further discussion. I just want to add one note that we might need to bring something back to have a discussion at council, because just what we saw was a policy that was very complicated versus a policy that doesn't have enough action behind it. So we're trying to find that middle ground that will fit for Pinole. So we're going to go ahead and discuss it one more time and then bring it back to you so that we can have a discussion with the rest of the council. But that was the only item I wanted to add. But yeah, nothing else to report. Happy Women's Month, and that's about it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Good evening, Councilwoman Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So for all council members and members of the public who are interested in having Pinole receive as much funding as possible from federal sources so that we continue with our pavement management program that translates to improving the condition of our pavement through different parts of the city. The following report is hopefully going to mean something to you. On Friday the 25th, the WIPTAC, West Contra Costa Transportation Advisory Committee, on which I represent Pinole, met and heard from staff of the Regional Transportation Authority, the Contra Costa Transportation Authority, CCTA, about what the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, which manages federal funds, has in mind with regards to how funds that are coming our way, federal funds that are coming our way to the region. Now, we are Contra Costa, one of 9 regions that MTC plans for, and we at WIPTAC are one of several sources of information and feedback to our regional representatives with regard to how funds can be used. Now, there's no shortage of need in Pinole to receive any source of funding that would allow continuation of some of our street projects. However, the way MTC, who is responsible for managing these funds, has determined that OBAG, One Bay Area Grant federal funds are to be spent are based on a 50-50 split framework, if you will, a plan that would have funding in an estimated amount of about $26 million. And this is for the region, 9 Bay Area counties. That about 26 million of the federal funding is expected for a 4-year period beginning 22-23 through 25-26 fiscal years would be spent on projects that have largely to do with the area in transportation that is related to county and local programs. But there are various types of programs within it, various categories of how the funds should be spent. The other 26 million that's estimated for receipt to the Bay Area, again, the 9 counties, will be spent on the kinds of projects that have to do with signaling, the signaling system that is in the interest of trying to bring them to match across the region, so that there can be improvements in transportation based on the data that's collected through signaling. So the question remains as to, of all the possible funding availability, how much actually would be designated to a small town like Pinole? I bring this to your attention because we may, as a council, be called to huddle and support the work that our staff is doing, recognizing that we already have in our CIP some projects that in the past have relied on these OBAG funds, namely, and the public, and you have seen this, we started the San Pablo Avenue Rehab project down by where Embers is, for example, and then we have something yet to be started, and that's the safety improvement at Appian and Marlesta, what was formerly known as the HAWK, that system that allows people to cross safely across Appian. In the past, those OBAG funds, OBAG 2, were partially used to fund those 2 projects. And those are examples of our reliance on partial funding for some of the projects that either have only begun or are yet to begin. So question again is about how can we better position ourselves as a city to obtain some of these federal funds so that projects that are either being planned or to be planned in forthcoming fiscal years will receive some of these monies. So I'm looking forward to having us continue to discuss about the relationship between projects that are on plan and to be planned that are going to help and improve the different transportation modalities that could be had here in Pinole, along with improvement of the pavement condition that we have. We usually focus on that, but increasingly there needs to be some interrelationship between the projects that we have that are going to be planned to be either designed or constructed related to transportation, and the larger goals of trying to reduce green gas emissions, for example, and increasing the accessibility of roads so that the different modes of transportation can indeed happen. As an example, I usually think about, bicycles and the topography that we have here in Pinole and how challenging it is for bicycles to navigate our streets because of the hills. And yet we have people who are interested in increased use of bicycles and of smaller mobile devices, if you will, to allow them to get from one spot of Pinole to the other. As recently as this afternoon, I received an email from a senior, very conscious about global warming, wanting to do his share and his peers' share to reduce greenhouse emissions, and asking about the creation of bicycle lanes to allow for mobility devices that seniors use. So, I used to imagine or wonder how, do we see seniors on bicycles? Well, maybe not, but we do see them on other forms of transportation that could be on those bicycle lanes. So, for anyone who hasn't yet accessed Pinole's local safety plan study that is on our website, please provide your input to that, to give staff the information and comments that can be used to spur ideas for projects to be planned so that we can have Pinole be as competitive as possible, along with perhaps even neighboring cities, so that we can present some project ideas to CCTA, who then in turn will present to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission for possible funding. It's a different kind of mechanism that's going to be in place for OBAC 3 than was for OBAC 2, but still the same similar issues exist in that how do we position ourselves as a city so that we can obtain some of that federal funding. Now, this is only one source, but it's a very helpful source. So thank you for listening to that, and look forward to further discussion as we proceed through the year.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. We've been a very, very important subject, and I'm glad you're working very hard to help a city position themselves ahead of the game, and this is very, very important. And you suggested having a committees be placed with some citizen that can actually look at what the priorities might be.
Did I suggest that? No, I haven't yet, but I'm thinking about what we can have as an agenda item in lieu of TAPS, which seems to be have its meetings canceled. So we need to have some sort of mechanism where we as council members get the input and the feedback from interested residents, as well as concurrently, we are also aware of what staff is working on, because it's really, staff do a wonderful job at trying to keep pace with all the different timelines, announcements, and everything that has to be put in place to try to access those funds. But somehow there are all these different timelines, and it's a really big puzzle, let alone to try to figure the alphabet soup, with all the acronyms in any respective area, specifically in this case, transportation. So I'll say more in a couple of minutes when it comes time for agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. So when that concludes the committee report, and I'll open it to public comments, please. Madam City Clerk, I believe we have Mr. Hindler who wants to make a comment.
Yes, we have Cordell Hindler.
Yes, I wanted to speak on the 7D for future agenda, so I was going to save my comments for that item.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you shortly. Thank you. That concludes item 7C, and then I will move on to item 7D, council request for future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
Absolutely. I'd love for us to explore and move forward a letter of support for AB 1944, which would essentially discuss a little bit more about live streams of meetings as well as public participation for either a call-in or video option.
I'm not very familiar with AB 1944, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. I know you summarized it, but I'm not very familiar. How is that different from what we are doing right now?
Well, essentially, actually, I don't know if I can go into it too much. I'd ask the city attorney if I can.
It's okay to provide a brief explanation of the bill so that the council can be informed as to whether or not to include it for discussion at a future agenda.
Yeah, so AB 1944 comes out of, again, the last 2 years as we have dealt with really this kind of chaos with regards to our meetings. Some cities have done teleconference, some cities have had struggles with it. So AB 1944 basically allows for Brown Act bodies to have the ability to vote on whether their members can teleconference into the meeting without having to reveal private addresses or make private addresses accessible to the public. But it also is a bill that has live streaming of meetings required whenever the members teleconference into the meeting so the public can access it. It's a piece of legislation tied to also the hope that the legislature can fund some of the changes that are happening with our city council meetings as well. So my ask is for us to have that conversation also at a future council meeting about.
Okay, thank you. Can I get the consent from the council, please?
Yes.
And yes, that's already 3 yeses. I don't see any. Councilmember Thomas, yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Martinez-Uben? Yes, 5 yeses. Any other item, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, just 2 more. I'd like to add to a future council agenda a resolution in support of the United Steelworkers Local 5 Richmond's Fight for a Fair Contract. There's some of the members who live in Pinole. I think it'd be great to just show support in of their fight for a fair contract.
Can I have Councilmember Tate? Go ahead.
Yes.
Yes, Councilmember Martinez-Uben?
I have a question for City Attorney. Something, and I can't articulate it, I just can't, but something makes me wonder if supporting particular groups like this is consistent with the work that the city does, or if it shows a sense of favoritism and possible conflict with regard to future contracts. I just don't know, but somehow something makes me wonder that.
Through the chair, if I may, so if the council would like to place this on a future agenda, you could certainly make that decision now. If for whatever reason there would be a prohibition or somehow that would not be something that would be permitted to be discussed, I'll certainly advise the city council of that, and we would inform you before that discussion takes place and notify the council of that. I don't know at this point sitting here whether or not that would be permitted or not, and I don't know enough about the contract negotiations and what's going on there in the city of Richmond, but we would look into it and advise the council in advance. And if it's something that would not be appropriate or permitted, then we would certainly advise the council of that beforehand.
Thank you. So this item is just for discussion, Mayor Pro Tem, correct?
This would be a resolution in support of United Steelworkers Local 5's Fight for a Fair Contract.
So I just want to clarify to the city attorney that this is not a discussion, but a resolution.
Right, so it would come back to the city council for discussion of approving that resolution or whatever level of support. And again, if that's something that would not be appropriate or permitted for the city council to do, we wouldn't allow that to be on a future agenda, and we would notify the council of that in advance of the meeting.
Thank you, City Attorney Kasher. In this case, we have a yes for Councilmember Tate. Councilmember Martinez-Uben?
Sure, I'm open to learning more about it.
Thank you. Councilmember Thoms?
I just question whether or not it's within our purview and staffs should be spending time on this kind of item. I certainly personally support their their work to get a fair contract. I am aware of several of their members, but I'm not sure that it's within the purview of the city to take it up.
Is it a question to the city attorney or the question to the council members?
Both.
Yeah.
Both. In all my years of either being on a council or watching a council member, watching council member meetings, I don't think this is an area that we've ever dabbled into. And in my 30 years of, watching Board of Supervisors meetings, it's the same thing. I don't think it's within our purview.
I understand. I would say yes, and then I will let the city staff to clarify it at the time of the discussion. If this is the case, we'll learn and move on. And if it's not the case, we'll just have a discussion.
Okay.
So can I just, are you in favor of yes or no? So we already have 4 yeses at this moment.
You have 4 yeses.
Yes, okay, thank you. Councilmember.
And then I was just going to mention the last piece. I know we have a park master plan information. I continue to receive correspondences for the public with regards to Fernandez Park and our upgrades. I just really would like to have an item on the agenda to talk about this. What's next steps with the park master plan, but also specifically with Fernandez Park upgrades with the field. I feel like we're just stagnant with like what we can do. I would like to have a discussion and possible action on a future agenda item as well.
Thank you. City Manager Murray, can you please tell us about where the Park Master Plan is? And I believe it's coming up soon.
Yeah, so the status and timing of the Park Master Plan is that we're scheduled to complete that next fiscal year and hoping to issue an RFP to consultants to identify a consultant to do the work before the end of this fiscal year, which is June. Off the top of my head, I'm not aware of any planned major renovations to Fernandez Park. There have been discussions in the past of renovations to the sports fields at Pinole Valley Park. So there isn't currently approved capital improvement project for renovations to Fernandez Park. Depending on the size of the magnitude of renovations to Fernandez Park, that might be an operating as opposed to capital item. We will be talking about capital projects when we develop the capital improvement plan for next fiscal year. That's a conversation we're going to start having within a couple months. So if you think that's adequate timing, I would recommend that get folded into the discussion of the capital improvement plan, because then the council will have a complete view of all the different suggested projects and competing projects to be able to make decisions about what to fund and on what timeline.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, what would you like to do, sir?
I mean, I understand the city staff's position. I just feel like I'm getting a lot of correspondences from the public with regards to both Fernandez Park and Pinole Valley. So I think even an opportunity for this to be an item on the agenda of discussion could be a great way for staff to have more direction. And also for us as a council to just hear folks out a little bit better under this proper meeting procedure.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Oben.
I'm wondering if we can have updates on, or I think maybe this is forthcoming, but perhaps I understand why people can't wait for an answer. There's some activities that have to precede actually being able to do something. Otherwise, people will also think that our answer is insufficient. But what I was getting at is, can there be updates on our website about where we are with that? With the plans and sort of like timelines about what we can expect and the public can expect with regard to the inquiries that we get. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is not the only one that receives email about different things going on in the city, and some of them are very common. But we know also that staff isn't ready to provide a response because there's no specific remedy to the problems that we hear about. So short of having another meeting where we talk, we're going to be hearing about the same things that we already know. Our parks need to be maintained, our parks need to be upgraded, and things of that sort. So can staff simply post, and then at any convenient time, people can find out what the status of these different conditions of our parks?
So again, there isn't a planned capital project or significant maintenance effort directed at Fernandez Park. So there's nothing for us. Staff isn't undertaking any special activities there to provide an update on. The park master plan is a CIP project, and staff provides a quarterly update to the city council and community on the status of that. So yeah, I mean, we're happy to do it. However, we'd love to have a listening session with the city council to the concerns the community has. If there are specific concerns that are of a magnitude that can be handled through our regular maintenance activities, staff would be happy to consider whether we can give a little additional attention to Fernandez Park as part of just an operating function as opposed to the capital improvement plan. So really, however city council would like staff to proceed on this is perfectly fine with us. There will be an opportunity to discuss, for instance, establishing a CIP project to upgrade Fernandez Park as part of the normal CIP process that's going to be happening starting in late March or April. But we're also happy to have a separate conversation, of course, at any time about specific projects and initiatives that deserve that kind of attention.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I just want to move fast. The DA is here and she has a presentation, and we have a long agenda. I just don't want to spend too much on here. Councilmember Thoms, no, so your hands went. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm hearing a lot of comments from users of the field, particularly, that it needs some attention regarding maintenance. So I don't know if we have to wait for a capital improvement program to get started, or if we can just step up maintenance on addressing gopher holes and safety issues like that.
I hear you. Go ahead.
So I would suggest, I have seen maybe one communication about that. I would request that any of you that have received inquiries about that, forward those to me. I will triage those with our staff. I will get back to the city council with some information about how we could address those. And if that doesn't seem like based on our existing other priorities and resources, and if that's not quick enough attention or significant enough attention, then we'd love to have a future agenda item on. So if it's okay with you, if you send me that information, I let you know what an action plan is. If that's okay, we don't have a future council discussion of it as a separate item, but we do as part of the CIP. If that's not quick enough or enough attention, then of course we'd be happy to have a council agenda. Just a suggestion, happy to do however the city council would.
That works for me.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, please go ahead.
I already spoke. I don't have any.
Yeah. So Councilmember Tave?
Yeah, no future agenda items.
I'm sorry, I'm just talking about Councilmember Murphy willing to make a presentation on the master plan.
Oh yeah,
discussion.
I'm in favor. That's fine.
Yeah, you're in favor, Mr. Murphy. You're in favor. I'm in favor as well. So it's already 3-0. Let's move on to the next. Councilmember Murphy, do you have any other request?
No, I don't.
Okay. Councilmember Tave, please.
Yeah, the only two I had were, I want a future agenda item. Had these in the past where Public Works kind of gives a overall maintenance update and a discussion, and I think that might give the public an opportunity to voice some of these items that are coming up. I do agree that the specifics to the parks have become really important recently, especially coming out of COVID. Our parks are getting a lot of use. So I would just wonder if we can eventually have Public Works come out and do the same type of maintenance presentation that they did before. What work they're doing, what projects they have going in particular. The second thing that I had was...
Let's do one item at a time, please. If you don't
yeah, sure, go ahead.
That we have Anthony Tave who wants to make the city manager. Mary, go ahead.
So we do have a scheduled future agenda item on an update from the maintenance division. We can expand that to make sure that it covers park maintenance as well. The council recently approved a future agenda item on that. I think it's already scheduled on the tentative agenda forecast.
That is correct. It is. So,
do we know the date?
I think it is the next council meeting.
Fantastic.
okay, so the request would be to add it to the existing agenda. I'm in favor of it. Anthony, Taylor, in favor. Anybody else? Yes, Councilmember Thompson in favor.
Yes.
We only have 3 yeses. Yes, go ahead.
It's scheduled for April 5th, actually.
Okay, sorry.
The second item I had was more of a technical nature. I'm wondering, looking at council requests for future agenda items, if we can look into other councils, what they'll do is they'll have an agendized future agenda items as bullet points so that there can be a discussion, because I think it's a noticing issue, and that was really to the city attorney. Are there other ways for us to have a little bit more discussion without diving too far into potentially violating the Brown Act? We have a tendency to discuss a lot around the future agenda items, which it seems like you've been kind of keeping our left and right bumper there. But I'm just wondering, is there a way to make a suggestion such as park master plan as D subsection A, and then be able to have a little bit more discussion about it? That's a question I don't expect an answer right now, but I do know that there are other agencies that notice that way, so that way the public can also comment as well. Just a technical thing. I'm wondering if potentially we can maybe get a memo or something as if that's possible.
Just through the chair, just quickly, we can certainly do that, and we're happy to look at what other cities are doing. As long as we notice the item and we place it on the meeting agenda, then it can be discussed. It's kind of a chicken and egg issue though, because we don't know what those items are until we're informed by the council, and at that point we would need to put it on the next agenda for discussion. So I could give some thought to procedurally and work with the city clerk on how we might be able to update our procedures around that. But having it on the agenda is really the way to get it discussed.
Okay, I just want to see if there's a consensus. Otherwise, we could probably skip over and not have staff work on it, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I'm in favor of it. Councilmember Taylor is in favor of it. And if I can have one more yes here.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Murphy, yes. Thank you. So you have at least 3 here. And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to expedite here because we have a big agenda here. Any other items, sir? No?
That's all. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
Yes, I would like to request that we have a 4-hour workshop on transportation and housing. You know, how Pinole is positioning itself or anticipating the effects of these state requirements to continue building housing, how well we're doing with that, and then how we're also working at thinking about the related needs of transportation infrastructure for the city, and then also as it relates to road conditions and all of that. So trying to have us come to understand the different pieces that we ought to keep in mind when we're advocating for our city, whether it's in our region, on our regional committees as assigned, or simply when the public wants to provide input and wonders, what's going on with, Pinole? Why aren't we caught up with, what another city's doing with this or that? So.
Thank you. So you're making a request for a special meeting presentation on state legislative requirement on housing and transportation. Is that correct?
I would like to have a 4-hour workshop, and I'm happy to help design it with staff so it's both informational and as well as an input opportunity.
Excellent. And I would suggest if we could have that workshop before an item on the planning planning commission related to the Kmart project, so that we get to position and understand exactly what these items are and educate ourselves.
If I can add, at some point we're going to have some meetings on the housing element. It's our cycle for doing the housing element, and so those are going to already occur.
In addition, we have a future agenda item that's currently scheduled for the next council meeting, which is a past council request, which is about an update on SB 9 and other state housing. So it sounds like the request is kind of pivoting, so that's not its own standalone agenda item of a regular council meeting, but instead we have a special council meeting to discuss that topic and transportation. And I will note, as Council Member Toms noted, we'll be discussing all of that as part of the, the housing element update. So we will have to consider what the scoping would be of the special workshop. So I'm happy to do whatever council directs.
The scoping would be partially to identify how best we can identify the needs that Pinole has, both from the perspective of staff, the perspective of public, to feed into designing programs that will then be part of those larger housing elements and whatever else is going to require a lengthier process in planning.
So the housing element will have implications for the circulation element. So the matters of transportation related to housing is already going to be addressed through the housing element update. But as you know, that's going to be a long process. So if the council would like to have an understanding sooner than the conclusion of the housing element, that seems, we're happy to have a workshop.
Yes, the answer is yes, because we have deadlines that are at play before we even get into, for funding, submittals of proposals, before we even get into identifying who's going to help us out with updating the different general plan elements.
Thank you. So transportation and housing. So if I can get the council from the council, we have yes from Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I'm a bit unclear with the conversation now. It seemed like it went a full turnaround.
No problem. No problem. Councilor, I will just move on and I will say yes. I just want to move on with this, and I don't want to spend too much time on that item. We have to move on. We have a big agenda here. Do you have any other requests, Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, if we can all be attentive to our requests because they affect all our work together. Thank you.
Any other requests? Councilmember Martinez, I don't see any other requests. Councilmember Toms, please go ahead.
No, I have no requests.
Thank you. I don't have any requests neither. Public comment from Mr. Menez and Hinder. Good evening, sir. Please go ahead.
Cordell Hindler?
Yes, can you hear me okay, Roxanne?
Loud and clear.
Yes, so good evening again, Mayor Salimi, council members, Cordell Hindler of Richmond. So I have a future agenda request too. This will be either the 5th or the 19th of April. Here it is. I was thinking that the council would invite Rebecca Salzman to provide an update regarding the services for BART, because as someone who rides BART frequently, it's great that BART has reopened and everything, but the main concern I had was like, like the parking lot over there at the site, because cars have gotten broken into. So I'm hoping that if the council is interested in having Ms. Salzman to come to speak to you all either the 5th or the 19th of April, that's one possibility. Then the second possibility is something that Councilmember Martinez Rubin brought up about housing. So if you recall, 3-4 months ago, I had made a request to have Mr. Ken Kirky to come speak to you all about the affordable housing element, because as she stated, there are deadlines that need to be taken care of. So those are my two main items for future agenda requests, and hopefully they'll be taken into consideration. That's it.
Thank you, sir. We have had Director Latifa Simon who came to make a presentation the last twice in the last 2 years, and she's the director for the city of Pinole. And next person who wishes to talk, I believe, Mr. Menez. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Greetings, mayors, council members, staff, and members of the public. For future agenda items tonight, I would like to propose that the city adopt a proclamation or resolution in support of the Ukrainian people, both within Pinole and specific and more broadly in supporting them in their opposition to the unlawful war of aggression that is currently being waged on Ukraine by the Russian Federation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. I will then conclude item 7D. Then I will move on to item 7E, City Manager Report and Department Staff Report. Mr. Murray, please go ahead.
Thank you. Briefly, want to let the public know that we provided council with information on the city's automated license plate reader program, and wanted to quickly preview the agenda items that are tentatively planned for our next council meeting. Closed session, a few proclamations recognizing Nowruz, Women's History Month and Red Cross Month, a presentation on state housing legal requirements, although sounds like we will be pivoting on that. Discussion of continuation of virtual meetings per AB 361. A update on the status of our building permit process and customer service levels. There will be an annual report on progress on our general plan and our housing element. There's going to be the introduction of an ordinance related to encroachment permits. There will be another discussion of an abatement lien related to code enforcement. And there'll be 2 new business items that were council requests for future agenda items. Salaries for elected officials in the city of Pinole and stipends for commissioners. And that's all I have to report. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I don't see any public comment on a specific item. Then I will move on to item 7F, City Attorney Report. Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one point of clarification on the March 15th agenda. We'll have an ordinance for the first read, but it will actually be the fireworks ordinance that Councilmember Toms mentioned earlier. So that'll be a first read on March 15th. And I wanted to thank Councilmember Toms and Councilmember Tave for their work on the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee. Our next meeting will be scheduled on March 21st. So we're going to meet every month because we have so many ordinances to get through. So I wanted to thank them in advance for their time. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney Casher. I don't see any public comment on item 7F at this moment. I will close report and communication and move on to item number 8, which is recognition, presentations, and community announcements. Tonight we have 2 proclamations. One for the 125 year of the PTA, and the second one is in honor of Mr. Hector de la Rosa. I will start with items 8A1, which is celebrating 125 years of the 32nd District of PTA, and I will please invite the entire City Council to read that proclamation with me. California State Parent-Teacher Association Day, the 32nd District celebrates 125 years, February 17th, 2022. Whereas the 32nd District Parent-Teacher Association and its local unit and council PTAs connect families, schools, and communities, and is part of the foundation of the public education system and a trusted messenger to millions of members, parents, families, educators, and allied agencies throughout the state. And
whereas the Parent-Teacher Association has been instrumental in establishing programs and services to improve children's lives, including school nutrition programs, child labor laws, public health services, the juvenile justice system, the creation of kindergarten, the advancement of family engagement, and the growth of arts and education. And
whereas the PTA is the nation's largest volunteer-led child advocacy association working to drive improvements in the education, health, and well-being of all children and families. And whereas the founders of the Parent Teacher Association, Phoebe Apperson, Hurst, Alice McClellan, Bernie, Selena Sloan Butler were women of imagination and courage who understood the power of individual action, worked beyond the accepted barriers of their day, and took action to literally change the world. And
whereas today, California has local PTAs throughout the state, and its members represent the ethnic diversity of the nation and come from all ranks of all families who together continue to serve as the conscience of the country for children and youth. And
whereas the 32nd District PTA includes 125 units in Contra Costa County, including Shannon and Collins Elementary Schools in Pinole, among others. And whereas founded as the National Congress of Mothers, the California State Parent-Teacher Association celebrates the 125th anniversary of its founding on February 17th, 2022.
Now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, commends the association on the occasion of its 125th anniversary and encourages all residents to celebrate this landmark event. Congratulations. I would like to ask if we have any person who is welcoming this recognition tonight. Madam City Clerk, do you have anybody from the PTA tonight?
Yes, we do. We have Matthew Smitak.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Mr. Smitak. Welcome and thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. I'm the Vice President of Communications for our 32nd District PTA, and I would like to thank everybody on the City Council and you, Mayor, and the Mayor Pro Tem for taking the time. And that was actually really touching, too, how you guys read the proclamation. That is greatly appreciated. 125 years of advocating for all of our kids. It is quite a amazing duration of time, and we're still going strong. And if at all possible, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Ms. Velma Wilson. She's in the audience right now. She's our Vice President of Membership. She has a really nice message.
Please go ahead, Ms. Wilson. Good evening.
She's joining as a panelist. Just a second.
Good evening, Ms. Wilson. Welcome and congratulations.
Good evening. Good evening to the mayor and to the council, city staff, and most importantly, you, the citizens of Pinole and the entire Contra Costa County. I am Velma Wilson, representing the thousands of students and families within Contra Costa County, as well as the state. As a resident of the oldest city in Contra Costa County, yes, I hail from Antioch, California, celebrating its sesquicentennial. I want to say thank you. Thank you for this acknowledgement and proclamation celebrating PTA, Parent Teacher Association, as the oldest volunteer parent-ran organization in this country. Also, I want to say Happy History Month. The ladies and women that are holding it down in Pinole. 125 years of educating for children is something to be proud of, regardless of who you are, what ethnic background, demographic. As the only African-American and the only person on 32nd District Board, I proudly stand on the shoulders of Selena Sloan Butler, one of PTA's founders, of who herself was African American. Was not afraid to make a difference, her words to action by educating children her neighborhood in her living room. She refused to allow segregation to stop children from receiving an education. Although my children are now graduated on out of the K-12 system, I still proudly serve and made a commitment because of Selena Sloan Butler. Every child, one voice speaks to the very heart of where we were back then to where we are today. The work has not stopped, and we need all of you to continue advocating for our future leaders, our children. So join the movement and make you vote in the elections to assure we have individuals that are fit to serve and believe in education for children. Selena once said, "I hope for every child a better education than I had." I really want to say thank you to each and every last one of you as council for this recognition, and I challenge you to join the work of the PTA. Be an additional voice by joining your local units in the city of Pinole. You can join tonight by going to pta.one/join and let every child, one voice, name loud and proud. Thank you so much again for this honor, and we appreciate your time and your respect of 125 years of advocacy for PTA. Thank you.
Very nice speech, and was very, it meant a lot to me. Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yes, just very quickly, I want to thank you both for bringing this resolution to our attention. I was able to hear your presentation earlier today at the Board of Supervisors and heard all those comments, and I want to echo your shout out to our citizens to continue to be members of PTAs even after their kids graduate. I have been continue to be a member of PTAs of PTA in Pinole. In fact, that's kind of how you figure out what's going on at the local elementary school, which I would also say that we have Ellerhorst and Stewart, and we also have Pinole Middle School and Pinole Valley High School. The students still need support, especially the older they get. They still need that support. So I would encourage the citizens of Pinole to join PTA. It's a great group.
Thank you. Any other council member? I don't see any council member. Do you have any member of the public who wants to add something, please?
No, Mayor, there are no public comments.
Thank you to the PTA, and thank you to both of you for being here tonight, and it meant a lot to us, and congratulations. And again, I will see you for the next, for the 250th birthday. I won't be here, but I hope to see you back in Pinole. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 8A2, which is recognizing the former Assistant City Manager, Hector de la Rosa, in the event of his retirement. I will then also invite the City Council to please read this proclamation with me. Honoring Hector de la Rosa upon his retirement as Pinole Assistant City Manager. Whereas Hector de la Rosa holds a bachelor's degree in business administration from San Jose State University, and whereas Hector's local government career spans nearly 26 years, and
whereas Hector started his career in 1995 as a finance personnel officer for the city of Soledad. In 2003, became an assistant city manager for the city of Soledad, and in 2007, became the city manager of the city of Rio Vista. And
whereas in 2012, Hector was hired as Pinole's assistant city manager, and whereas in his role as assistant city manager, Hector oversaw an extensive set of city functions, including human resources, risk management, community services, PCTV, and redevelopment successor activities. And
Whereas Hector has been an instrumental leader among the city's management team and has had many accomplishments. And
whereas Hector performed his work consistent with the ICMA Code of Ethics, affirmed the dignity and worth of local government services, be dedicated to the highest ideals of honor and integrity, serve with impartiality and fairness, and serve the best interests of the people.
Now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby commend Hector de la Rosa for his exemplary service to the city and wholeheartedly wish him well in his retirement. I would invite the entire people on staff here on the microphone to unmute themselves, please. And all together, please applaud for Hector. Thank you so much. I believe, I don't know if Hector is here tonight with us.
Yes, Mayor, I'm here.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine, thank you.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
The same here.
And you know, this is your city, so the doors are always open, and I hope you'll be like Michael Jordan, can retire 3 times and come back again. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, and thank you for the recognition. It was my pleasure to have served Pinole for 9 years. We've done a lot of things in 9 years, but it wasn't just myself who accomplished many, many things. It was through the teamwork of all the staff, former city managers, former employees, managers, and also current managers. So I'd like to thank everybody who basically worked with me throughout my 9 years for all their work and making all the projects that we worked with together achievable. So this thanks is not only for me, but it's also a thank to all the other staff members. So thank everyone. Everyone works hard. You know, I appreciate working with everyone, and I'll definitely come back and visit Pinole every once in a while. But right now, I'm truly enjoying my retirement.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
yes, thank you. I wanted to, again, extend our thanks to you, Hector. And I'm really glad that you put your camera on, because I wanted to see what you look like when you're really truly relaxed. And it looks great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez-Zubin?
It's good to see you. Stay well, stay healthy, which is of prime importance. You joined Pinole at a time 3 years after the Great Recession. It could not have been easy. In fact, I don't know if any assistant city manager or city manager ever enters a city with anything being easy. But that certainly, was a time that was a bit troubling for a number of different reasons, let alone the economy that Pinole is, had to encounter and try to get through. And thank you to you and your team and the teams with whom you worked to get us to a point now that the City Council can take a look at its general fund and see the results of the thoughtfulness that went into trying to have a budget that would allow us a little flexibility in later years, because it takes some time to go from one type of setup or economic recession to a different kind of time period in which there may be opportunities that we can then take because of the work that's done prior. So I wish you well, and I will not forget the conversation that we had one time in your office as assistant city manager when I joined the council to think about the reasons we even went into public service, which stem long before actually submitting an application for any particular position. but the guidance that we have, the personal experiences that we bring into service certainly allow us to get through those tough times and to try to better, not only for immediate needs, but also thinking into long term. So thank you so much. Be well again, and don't forget too much about us, but enjoy also being away from us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Tave.
Hector, I just want to say thank you. Similar points as before. In 2012, the city was working very hard to move forward, and you were a big part of that. And I just want to say thank you. And I haven't seen you smile this much. I mean, you look like you got a different doubt in your step. I want to say thank you. It was a lot of hard work that you put in, and a lot of hours that you put in, and it's showing. The town is doing great, and I just want to say thank you. And you had a lot to do with that. And so enjoy retirement. Get on the golf course and make sure you're having fun. But every now and then, stop by and say hi.
Thank you. And I think part of the smile is Mardi Gras.
Beautiful. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I have much to say besides thank you, and I can't wait till one day I can retire, but I know that's a far, far time away. So thank you so much, Mr. De La Rosa, for all you've done for the city of Pinole. And enjoy Mardi Gras and Fat Tuesday and everything else that the joy of retirement brings. Thank you again for all your service.
Thank you.
Everybody wants to say something here. Hector, you're so popular. I will move on to City Manager Murray, please.
Yeah, so of course, congratulations, Hector. I think many of you and members of our community know Hector for his incredible work ethic and dedication to public service. Some things that I've had the joy of getting to know about Hector in my time working with him is that he has a fantastic sense of humor. He has a very positive, optimistic, solution-oriented perspective on things, which is really great during challenging times. He has a very creative mind. He's a huge outside-the-box thinker. And he has a really wide variety of interests and is an appreciator of the finer things in life. So I'm happy for Hector and wishing you the time and opportunity to enjoy all those things that you now have the capacity for in retirement. So thanks again for your many years of excellent work, and looking forward to seeing you when you swing back through Pinole.
Thank you.
City Attorney Casher, would you like to say something, sir?
I'll just briefly offer my congratulations to Hector and enjoy your retirement. It was a pleasure working with you. I know how much time, energy, effort that you put into your work for the city of Pinole and your service to the community. So I'm grateful to you for that and for all the great work that you did for the city. Miss seeing you around, but I know that we'll be in touch, and I just wish you well in retirement.
Thank you.
Is any other member from the staff that would like to add something?
Yes, Mayor, this is City Clerk Bell. I'd love to congratulate Hector. Hector, it's great to see you. It was really wonderful working with you over the past 3 years. And I just want to say it was such a big 3 years for Pinole, lots of transition, and then of course experiencing the pandemic. And I just want to recognize Hector. He was definitely a rock at City Hall. He's one of those people that could often be the first in, last out, just incredibly dedicated. And yes, we'll miss having you around, and we wish you all the best in your retirement.
Thank you, Heather.
Take care.
That was beautiful. Any other member of the staff? I already had a great time working with you, and I remember having a meeting once with you, and you said, do what is good for the community, and it's something that I still remember. And every single time I make a decision, I think of what you told me, and the reason why, as Councilmember Terry stated, the reason why we are here today is it just didn't happen overnight. It was years of thinking and work that helped us to become very successful today. Years of preparation, and I would like to thank you for the work that you have done and for the work of the previous council members. This is the reason why we are here today. We are enjoying the fruit of the tree that was planted many years ago. And you put it on behalf of everybody here in Pinole. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
I believe we have also members of the public who would like to add a few comments. Mr. De La Rosa. Good evening, Madam Assistant City Clerk. Who wish to talk tonight, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We do have Rafael Menace.
So I'd like to join everyone who's spoken already in thanking Hector for his hard work as Assistant City Manager and helping to keep the city going through numerous difficult times over the years, recovering from the Great Recession, recovering from the removal of redevelopment, dealing with COVID, and also helping to maintain the city's institutional memory over all those things. We've had a pretty substantial turnover at the city staff and heads of city department level over the past several years. And I'm sure that it's been helpful to all the new heads of city staff and city departments to be able to rely on your experience and knowledge over the past several years in order to help maintain an institutional memory and have it continue going forward. And with regards to personal character, I'd also like to praise your unflinching honesty. I've asked you questions sometimes where the answers weren't necessarily what I wanted to hear, or were complicated, or were answers that you may not have wanted to give, but you were always completely frank and upfront with your answers. I think that's a really valuable attribute to have in a city official, and I appreciate that you manifested that quality in the service of the city of Pinole and in our interactions. I hope that you get to have many years of an enjoyable and well-deserved retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafael.
Thank you, Rafael. And we also have, I believe,
yes,
we have a former council member, treasurer, and mayor of the city of Pinole, Ms. Debbie Long, who wants to say something. And she has worked many years with you. Good evening, Mrs. Long. Please go ahead.
Hello. Hector, as we know, I was aboard when you came on the board, and you were always running from day one. I know that Michelle's not here and Belinda's not here, but having spoken with them on many, many occasions, they could not have done their job without you. And I know that I couldn't have done my job without you. On occasion, we had disagreements about approaches, but that never carried on. We would both listen to one another and move forward for the better of the community. I'd like to echo the sentiment of Rafael about your honesty and your integrity and what you brought to the city, what is lost now that you're gone, and that is the institutional knowledge. I think it will take many, many months before they really realize the gem that you were to our city. So thank you, Hector, for always being there. Thank you for working on projects and making them less difficult for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
We look forward to seeing you again. I'll be opening to the public on the 15th, so Hector, thank you again, and we wish you the best. And again, this is your city, and it will always be your city, so you're always welcome. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you for everything. So I look forward to seeing you, Mayor, when you personally deliver the proclamation. So we'll see each other then.
I will fly in the airport in Rio Vista and bring you that proclamation in person, and I will have a co-pilot with me so they can fly me back and I can enjoy a glass of tequila with you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Look forward to it. Bye-bye.
Have a good evening. Bye. Beautiful person. And let's move on to the next item, please. on the agenda at this moment. I will close item 8A, and I will move on to item 8B, which is a presentation from our Contra Costa County District Attorney Dana Beckton, and she's providing us an update. Ms. Beckton, thank you so much for waiting so late, and we are very happy to have you here in the city of Pinole, and we want to welcome you, and we look forward to hear from a beautiful presentation tonight. And who are you here with today?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the council members as well and staff. And it's my great, and all of those who are listening in the audience, my great pleasure to have take a few minutes to share with you work about the District Attorney's Office. I am joined tonight by Chief Arnold Threets, who's the Chief of our Investigations Bureau. That is our law enforcement arm in the District Attorney's offices of sworn peace officers. So as you can see on your screen, and thank you for putting up the PowerPoint for me. It saves me from having to fumble and try to share the screen with you. And I will ask you to move the screen when I'm ready. I'm going to talk a little bit just so you know what our budget looks like and our personnel, a little overview of our department and the new programs, the programs we have in the DA's office, especially some of the newer ones that have been implemented. As you all may or may not know, I served as a judge here in Contra Costa County for 22 years. I was elected as the presiding judge, and I also served as the president of the National Association of Women Judges. I currently have the pleasure and honor of serving our state in a couple of different ways. One, the governor has appointed me to the California Victims Compensation Board to ensure that those who have been victims of crime have just compensation. And then I also have the pleasure of serving on the Governor's Judicial Selection Advisory Committee. So I have a say in helping the governor to vet those who are going to serve as judges, not only here in Contra Costa County, but also around Northern California. So the next slide, please. I put this next slide up, and you can go on to the next one as well. This is just to show that everything that we do in our office, or most everything, is really done in collaboration with so many agencies, city, law enforcement, justice partners, community-based groups, etc. So a lot of our work is not just us driving the work, but done really in coordination with so many others. I have a budget of $49 million. We get more than half of that from federal funding, from state funding, and also from Prop 172 funds, and then 21.7 million comes from the county coffers. Next slide, please. Should be no surprise that most of our programs and services are staff driven, and so 93% of our budget goes to staff, and just 7% goes to supplies and other services. Next slide, please. I have a staff, and please don't pay much attention to the vacancy numbers over there, because we're always hiring, and so the numbers change frequently. But we have about 105 attorneys on board right now. The investigative arm, we've just done some hiring, so we're probably up to about 34 there, I think. Our investigative staff, that is our law enforcement arm. They are very involved, not only in heading up our Safe Streets Task Force, which I'll talk to you about in a moment, but also in our officer-involved shooting investigations according to the county protocol. They also help us sometimes as further investigations to do witnesses to subpoena or locate. So very vital part of our organization, as well as our victim witness unit. These are our advocates who are there to support victims when they have been victims of crime, which can be a very traumatic time in a person's life. So helping them to navigate the system, helping them to find support and services, and also just to understand what's happening in the court process. And then the balance of our staff would be our administrative support. Next slide, please. And our mission is simple, and you can move to the next slide. We seek justice, serve, and to do justice. My office serves all 1.15 million residents in the county. I work with 25 law enforcement agencies in over 19 cities. And even during the pandemic in 2020, we managed to file almost 8,000 cases, most of them misdemeanor cases, as you can see, and then 3,300 felony cases. The next slide, please. I wanted to just take a moment to also point out that there's really, this is just a little bit of an overview because sometimes people are looking to the district attorney's office to do things that we don't do. We don't police the streets normally of Contra Costa County. So there really is a responsibility for everyone. If a crime is committed, we look to our citizens to report that crime to your local law enforcement agency so that they can go out and investigate. If no crime is reported, or if there's an investigation and no one is apprehended, then nothing comes into the DA's office. Once a case does come into us, we have many different options. Cases can be charged. We can return for additional information. We, in addition to charging, we have many other programs and services like diversion and our neighborhood restorative partnerships, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. And if charges are filed, they proceed through our court system. Next slide, please. And before I talk about all of our divisions and units, just want to take just a second because it's important. Everybody around the country has been talking about smash and grab crime in Contra Costa County. You'll remember that around the holidays, we had 90 people go into the Nordstroms from 3 separate entrances and really flooded the store, smashing and grabbing things. And people want to know, what has happened with respect to those particular cases. Out of those 90 individuals, 4 individuals were apprehended, and all 4 individuals were charged with serious felony cases. We had 2 additional cases that originated out in San Ramon and Danville. I'm sorry, but really just involving, I think, 3 individuals. 1 was apprehended and was charged as well. We also coordinated. I recognized right away that a lot of those who were committing these crimes in our county were also traveling. And so I've coordinated with 6 district attorneys as far down as Santa Clara, on over to San Mateo, San Francisco, Alameda County, and then going up to Marin as well. Because what we're doing is we're sharing resources, we're sharing prosecutorial techniques and information to make sure that those who are committing these crimes are being brought to justice. We also partner with law enforcement, federal, state, and local, so that we're sharing resources, we're sharing intelligence as well, so that we can bring justice and safety to our communities for those kinds of crimes. We have so many different functions in our office. Some you might think about, some you may not. Our Superior Court operations, that's where our basic operations happen. Our basic trial teams are there. Our mental health division is there. Those who conduct preliminary hearings, that is where we take a case to the court to see if there's enough evidence to bind it over for trial. So a lot of our basic operations happen in that division. We have a special operations unit that is also quite busy. A lot of things that people don't necessarily think about when you think about the district attorney's office, such as environmental justice. We have a very robust environmental unit, primarily prosecuting those, especially corporations who are committing hazardous waste in our communities. That is where we have our real estate fraud cases, our wage and theft cases, all kinds of specialty cases that have maybe a little bit of a civil bend to them are housed in special operations. Our Community Violence Reduction Unit is a special unit that concentrates on those who are committing the most violent crimes in our community, primarily people who are using guns and might be involved in gang activity who are committing violence. This unit works very closely with the FBI Safe Streets Task Force that I co-lead along with Chief Threeds. This is a unit that specializes and uses its resources to concentrate on those who are committing the most violent crimes within our communities. Our homicide unit, I think, speaks for itself. We are prosecuting those who commit or take the lives of others. Our family violence, which we've now begun to call our interpersonal violence unit, it is made up of several different units. Sexual assault cases are there, rape cases are there, domestic violence, elder abuse, And now we're bringing human trafficking under that division as well. And then our juvenile cases are those who are under the age of 18 who might commit crimes in our county. And I've already talked about victim witness and our Bureau of Investigation. So the next slide, please. We've brought in some new things. We have a conviction integrity unit. It is the first in Contra Costa County's history. This is an opportunity to go back and take a look at cases that might have integrity issues in the prosecution, and also to be able to write places where we might have gotten it wrong. We also established a cold case unit. This is with the new technology, especially around DNA, there's been an opportunity to solve murders that we were not able to solve before. So this unit specializes in working with law enforcement agencies all over the county to go back and take a look at old unsolved murders and see if we can bring justice to those victims. We established a human trafficking unit. This has very robust unit. We partner with victim services as well as law enforcement partners. We have formed an alliance to combat those who are using labor and sex to exploit members of our community. So it's two kinds of cases that we are handling there. And then we have a hate crimes. It's not really a unit, but it's really a committee that is made up of attorneys and advocates who have really specialized in these kinds of crimes. So when we have the allegations of hate crimes, they can take a look at it and determine whether a hate crime case is really viable for our office to pursue. Next slide, please. And then in terms of trying to reduce our footprint in incarceration, we have a number of programs. I'm very pleased that we were able to receive from the state $1 million in order to establish the county's first youth diversion program. It is a restorative justice it has a restorative justice lens. It is also victim-centered. We are partnered with the Rise Youth Center in Richmond, and this is a program that is designed to redirect our youth out of the criminal justice system, to reduce the pipeline, and also to not only lower recidivism, but also to reduce the significant racial and ethnic disparities that we see in our juvenile justice system. Our neighborhood courts, which we've also rebranded to be our neighborhood restorative partnership. And this is just a wonderful opportunity for us to address some of the lower level, very nonviolent cases that occur in our communities. In this partnership with our communities, people in the city of Pinole will have an opportunity to be trained using a restorative justice lens and actually hear those cases in your own communities and determine what justice might look like. The very simple example, I'm not saying this really happens, but somebody could paint graffiti on the side of a business. This would be an opportunity for 3 panelists from the community to be able to hear the evidence around that case and make a determination as to what would make that business whole and what would also hold that person accountable who committed the crime. We have a robust hand in what happens with mental health diversion. Several courts in our county, we want to make sure that wherever possible and safe to do so, we are getting people services and help that they might need for mental health issues. We've also partnered with the Vera Institute. This allows us to take a critical look at our data and our decision making as we try to end racial and implicit bias in our justice system. We're using data to inform our policies going forward. And then just recently, out of the governor's budget, we received $1 million here in Contra Costa County for post-conviction resentencing. This gives us an opportunity to go back and look at old draconian sentences that would not be imposed today and to make recommendations to the court to right those cases. So next slide, please. Almost to the end here, I do want to report to you that in Contra Costa County, our sexual assault test kits are up to date. And I have worked with law enforcement agencies in the county to put in place an electronic tracking system so that they're not behind again. We've made sure to train our attorneys on the significant immigration consequences in our plea bargaining so that when it is safe to do so, we're able to take into account the harsh consequences of deportation as we are plea bargaining cases. Our staff has been trained on implicit bias training, and this is a new training for the District Attorney's Office since I came on board, but we wanted to make sure that we all understand our own biases and how they might creep into our decision making. We have established a community academy. It's been a little dormant during COVID, but it'll be up and running again soon. This is where citizens come in and spend an intensive few weeks with us as they learn not only about the work of the DA's office, but also our justice partners as well. We were pleased to partner with Code for America. Once the old marijuana cases were determined not to be crimes anymore, we still had people who had thousands of convictions on the books, which keep our citizens from getting housing and jobs and even student loans to be able to make a difference in their own lives. And so with this partnership, within just a few moments using their resources, we were able to discover over 3,400 convictions in our system and be able to dismiss those convictions, helping over 2,400 individuals, primarily people of color. And then we have also completely revamped our investigations into fatal incidents, making our system and our investigations more transparent. I vowed in 2018 to release a public report anytime we are not filing charges so that I can be held accountable to the community that we serve. All of those reports are now up to date and can be found on our website. Next slide, please. And I already mentioned our community academy, and you can go all the way to the end. And our neighborhood court, which is our neighborhood restorative project. Please, if you can go to the next slide, please. If you have anyone here or anyone in our audience who's interested in serving as a panelist to hear these cases in your own communities, please contact our office and let us know. And then I'm ready for questions and answers. And you can take our slides down if you'd like, please. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, District Attorney Beckton. We also have Chief of Inspectors, Mr. Arnold Threats. Would you like to add something, sir?
No, I'm here to help respond to any questions or concerns you have, but good evening, everyone, Mayor and Council, and look forward to participating in the conversation.
Thank you, sir, and welcome again. I will then turn it to the City Council for questions, please. Councilmember Martinez-Oben, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, DA Beckton.
Good evening.
Welcome. I took note of something in particular that you mentioned that's on the uprise in some neighborhoods, and to be determined really the level that they exist here in Pinole. With regard to hate crimes, what's viable for your office to pursue? So can you tell us more about what that would be? I imagine, not knowing the law, I can only imagine that an analogy is akin to how sexual harassment, there was a historical degree of defining it and redefining and acceptance as to what that was about. And it really goes back to the individual feeling having been harmed or hurt somehow. Mm-hmm. That may not be sufficient in the eyes of the law, or I just don't know. So can you just tell us a little bit more about what you meant? On a simpler note, in the work that I do, I use the word criteria. You know, what criteria do you have to determine that XYZ fits a certain definition?
Sure, and that we do have laws on the books that regulate when a hate crime might be appropriate, but just to try to make it in its simplest term, a hate crime would be a crime that is against a person or a group or property that is motivated by the victim's real or perceived protected status as a group. So, for example, you know, if the person who is the object of the crime happens to come from our Jewish community, then that could be depending on what happened in that particular case. But if they are being attacked and that attack is motivated because they are a member of our Jewish community, it would be that kind of an incident or that lens that we would view it through. It can also be a person who is targeted because of their gender or their nationality or their race or ethnicity, their religion. It could fall into any of those categories.
Thank you. And I think there the word that stuck with me was the perception of. So that then is a matter of the individual perceiving that they were the subject of such a crime.
And it's also looking at whether the evidence is sufficient to bear that out. So it's not just that individual's perception, but it's also looking at the evidence that is present, you know, if that will allow us to complete the evaluation.
Right. And that latter part is what I was trying to understand better. The level of evidence that's required.
Well, I can't tell you the level because each case is going to be evaluated on its own merits, right? But as prosecutors, what we're generally doing when we are reviewing a case, we're trying to make a determination to the best of our ability as to whether there is sufficient evidence to prove this crime beyond a reasonable doubt before a jury. And that's a jury of 12 people who would need to agree. So that's the kind of analysis that we're making with every case, not just a hate crime.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Uben. Councilmember Tave, please go ahead.
DA Beckton, thank you for being with us. I want to thank you for all the work that you're doing in the DA's office. I know that around 2000, I think you were elected in 2018. There's been a lot of changes and a lot of movement and a lot of forward progress in the DA's office, and it's noted. I want to ask you, you know, and you kind of touched on it in your presentation, but what are the challenges facing the DA's office? I mean, I know that the smash and grab events that happened that you're currently pursuing, I just, what are the challenges, and how do we as electeds, how do we as a community help support justice within Pinole and then in the broader sense? But really, what are those challenges, and what can we do to help forward?
I would say that, well, I think we all, you know, recognize the concerns that the people that we serve have about crime. I think one of the challenges is making sure that we get the right information out, and that the information that we're disseminating is really based on fact and data is a huge challenge, I think, right now, just because, you know, right now we see so much, and we see things that are reported 24/7, right? Because now we have cell phones, we have videos, we have social media, and everything that happens is instantaneously reported. And so it does give the perception that there's always something really, really bad going on in our communities. But when you look at the data and the statistics, and we have the data going up to 2020 now, it really is interesting to see, especially for our county. I want to point out that in 2020, our homicide rates, for example, our violent crime actually decreased. And so we're thinking about all of these terrible things that are happening. But I wanted to point out that we're one of, out of the 58 counties in California, we're one of 4 where our homicides actually decreased. And so we want to make sure that when we are having the conversations in our communities, that we are not only relying on what we see and hear all the time in the media, but we're also relying on the data. And then the other thing I think is extremely important is understanding the allocation of resources. You saw that we We have a lot of cases that come into our office, especially the misdemeanor cases. I'm not talking about wondering how we allocate our resources for violent criminals, because that is where we want to make sure we're always placing our emphasis, right? Those who are committing violent crimes in our communities. But we also have to recognize that we can't prosecute our way out of, say, for example, drug addiction. We can't prosecute our way out of homelessness in our communities and these other greater societal problems. So we do have to make sure that we're allocating our resources in the most efficient ways, that we are not overburdening our courts and our judicial system with every type of case. And that's why it's so important to have some alternatives like our diversion programs, like our neighborhood restorative partnerships, and other tools that we have to be able to divert some of these cases away from the criminal justice system.
Great, thank you, and thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thoms.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you both for coming and presenting here tonight.
Thank you for having us and giving us a chance to give an update about our work.
Mayor Pro Tem David Murphy, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, District Attorney Becton, for joining us tonight. It's definitely a wonderful presentation, and I, of course, have a few questions. I was very interested in first of all, congratulations on the $1 million that you received, I'm assuming from the Department of Justice in the state of California for youth diversion. And you did mention some partnerships that you had with the Rise Center in Richmond. I was curious to know how might cities like ours partner with you. We do have a youth center stationed here in Pinole, and we also do, one of our elementary schools, Elmhurst, is used as a center for the Boys and Girls Club, which has traditionally, dealt with some youth who, make some decisions that may, increase their chances of including themselves in the system. I'm wondering how might we work together in terms of the youth diversion efforts that your office is doing?
Always interested in those conversations, not only just with our office, but also with probation, because probation also is a place where some of our lower level offenses that youth might be committing, they might have the first look, and they are also involved in coordinating resources and services in our community that our youth can avail themselves of. So what's been important about the partnership that we established for our youth diversion program is that it actually included, it's us, the DA's office, it is a youth center that services our youth, and then also an organization by the name of Impact Justice that did the training of those who are providing the services to our youth. It's a pretty elaborate program. We have the first look at the cases in the district attorney's office to determine whether they're suitable for the program, and then we refer them over to the Rise Youth Center, where they have the staff that have actually been trained in the restorative justice techniques and also trained in the screening of those cases as well. So once we have cleared gotten the okay from the victim, and we have determined whether these cases meet our criteria, then we send them over to the Rise Youth Center. And guess what? We're pretty much hands off until our youth complete the program, because we want to make sure that they have the opportunity to do a full assessment for our kids, and then to make sure that they're getting the services that they need so that they don't come back into our criminal justice system. So I'm saying all that to say that if there are any other community resources that are available to us, we certainly want to make sure that we know about them and that we have a partnership with those organizations as well.
Fantastic. So just to be clear, I'm hearing that part of the partnership is around training for youth development professionals as well.
Yes.
In terms of the practices. Okay.
Yeah, and the nice thing about it, we had to roll this program out right in the middle of COVID, and so it actually helped us in a way, because we had to roll that out on Zoom. It wasn't safe for us to do the intensive in-person sessions that we may have wanted to do. But the nice part about it is it let us serve kids from all over the county that we would not have been able to do initially, and so that has been a positive part of our program.
Fantastic. Thank you. And then I just wanted to ask a quick question with regards to what your presentation mentioned. Most of your funding, or at least I read such, that most of your funding comes from Proposition 172. Maybe that I didn't read it.
It's about, of the $49 million, about $27 million comes from federal grants, state grants, and then Prop 172 funds.
Okay. Can you elaborate what Prop 172 is and
it's a sales tax.
Okay.
That a number of agencies get funding from. That comes into our county and then it's distributed to a number of agencies, including our office.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. I will then turn to the member of the public if they have any comments. I believe I have one hand raised. 1 second, please, if you don't mind.
Yes, we have Debbie Long.
Good evening, Ms. Long.
Good evening. Thank you for your presentation tonight. I found it very informative. But I'd like to hear from you about the $950 threshold for theft resulting in misdemeanor charges versus something more serious. Now, I realize this is something from the state level, but I still want to ask you your opinion. Community members overwhelmingly feel this charge is too low and is a result of an increase in crime, catalytic converters, business theft, etc. Is it not uncommon, and it's not uncommon, after an arrest and release, an individual will be arrested again, many times on the same day. For an additional theft, would you be in favor of raising this threshold, at least petitioning through the state in order to curb some of this crime that individual community members feel that they are being victimized and the criminal is going off scot-free?
Down, because you mentioned a lot of things in there that some of which really don't have anything to do with that threshold that you mentioned. For example, catalytic converters, which has been a huge problem not only here in Contra Costa but throughout the state. It is a crime of opportunity, but stealing a catalytic converter is not a misdemeanor. So when you're talking about that $950 threshold for when we consider felony charges for theft, a catalytic converter is not even part of that discussion. That is a felony charge. And it's also important to note there that along with Chief his unit, we are looking, because we know that there has been a rise in those type of crimes. Just like we have FBI Safe Streets Task Force that we partner with here and have some of our agencies on board with us there. We're also looking at being able to stand up a task force with focus of its attention on auto thefts and auto-related thefts like catalytic converters. And so it is just an important distinction to make, because that type of crime is not related to Prop 47, which you're referring to in terms of our threshold. Another thing that's important to note is that the threshold is not related to what's our bail schedule, which is a completely different conversation. The bail schedule actually is set by the judges in our court, and the judges make determination as to when a person should or should not be held in custody. During COVID-19, we had implemented a statewide bail that said that misdemeanor cases, for the most part, would not have a bail associated with them. That was in place primarily because it was a very, very important part of community safety. We could not afford, from a public safety standpoint, to have jails full of people who had committed lower level nonviolent offenses because it threatened the safety of the entire community. So with a directive in our county from our top law enforcement officials who coordinated on these issues, we kept in custody those who committed violence and dangerous crimes in our community. But we also went to the state which local offenses would not be held in custody. Now, that statewide bail schedule is no longer in place, but many county systems have modified their bail schedules to be very much in line with that one. And so that is happening in Contra Costa County. Our judges in the county determined that most of those misdemeanor cases would not have a bail associated with them. So that is the reason why people could commit a low-level offense and be arrested and then also return to your communities in that same day. We also, when we are partnering with our law enforcement, we also make sure that our law enforcement partners know that when you have people who are repeat offenders in that way, if you will, that they bundle those cases for us. So just bringing in one case, for example, of a person who might have committed a low-level nonviolent offense might not get much traction in our court system and could take a long time before it even made its way into our court system. But if we can bundle those cases, we have a greater argument to the court as to why that person might be a threat to public safety. So all of those things come into play. I think it's also important to note, though, that our threshold is probably one of the lower thresholds in the country. You take a place like Texas. Texas's threshold, I think, is $2,500 for when the determination is going to be made as to whether something is charged as a felony. So we have to make sure that we separate out the issues, that we really take our time in evaluating each factor and determine which ones really are driving crime in our county, which ones are really affecting public safety. It's a nuanced conversation.
Thank you, DA Beckton. I appreciate your response. Do we have any other comments from the public at this moment, please?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Okay, thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here. It was a pleasure, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Then I will move on to item 8B2, which is a presentation from which is a presentation from Costa Workforce Development Board by Patience Ofodu, Business Services Manager, and Tamia Brown, Executive Director. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Cellini, council members, and members of the public. I am Lily Whalen, your Community Development Director, and I am pleased to welcome two speakers tonight from the Workforce Development Board of Contra Costa County to present to the council. The Workforce Development Board, or WDB, is a unique public-private partnership providing oversight for federally funded workforce programs in Contra Costa County. The board brings together private sector leaders, economic development, public agencies, education, labor, and community-based organizations to focus on local and regional workforce development and related community issues. And so tonight I'm happy to introduce Patience Dufu and Tamia Brown, who will be providing the council with an overview of current workforce trends in the area, the Great Resignation, and implications and opportunities countywide, great industry jobs, and also recruitment event opportunities. And Patience is the Business Services Manager for WDB. She is staffed to the WDB's Business and Economic Development Committee and supports the county's economic development activities. Before joining the WDB, she served as one-stop site manager for the San Pablo Career Center and one-stop career center case manager. She has a bachelor's degree in mass communication and a master's of public administration from CSU East Bay. Tamia is the executive director of WDB. At the board's direction, she develops comprehensive strategies to ensure the successful execution of programs and operations to create and sustain a competitive workforce for the local economy. She brings 20 years of workforce development experience and a depth of understanding about business and job seeker needs, having led a wide range of workforce initiatives in Alameda in Santa Clara counties prior to her appointment with the board. She holds a master's degree in public administration, organization leadership from National University, and a Bachelor of Science degree in business administration, organization management from San Jose State University. So with that, I welcome Patience and Tamia.
Good evening. Thank you, Lily. Thank you for having us this evening. I want to thank the mayor. I want to thank the council and staff for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to share our work, of the work of the Workforce Development Board for Contra Costa County. So are we having the slides?
Lily, could you share the slides for us, please? Thank you.
And also, Patience will be joining me, our business service manager.
Have PCTV staff share those slides that were sent over earlier this afternoon.
Actually, Dave Snell just let me know one of the computers crashed. They're working to recover, so they're not able to share at this time.
That is so interesting. We had some similar problems with our PowerPoint at our office today. So I'll just jump right in and start sharing the workforce development efforts for the economic recovery. So as Lily mentioned, we are about training and education. So a big push that we are initiating is our Train for the Future initiative, and that is blending training, education, and experience. We are interested in closing the gap for workers and entering into not only sustaining jobs, but quality jobs. We're training in technologies that are affecting multiple sectors, economic value for the community. Obstacles, right, to achieve equity. Good jobs are a cornerstone of workforce equity. We're focusing on populations from public assistance, formerly incarcerated, and prioritizing our youth and young adults. Their unemployment rate is astronomical compared to the working adults. And fewer of our young adults are actually entering the workforce. So high priority to ensure economic recovery for that population. And just making sure that there's early interventions to incorporate work and career explorations to exposure for high demand occupations. We're looking to accelerate access to occupations, high demand occupations. We're looking at energy and climate, the initiative that the governor spoke about in his budget. There's about $15 million allocated that the Workforce Development Board can go after for competitive funding. So we're looking at, just the whole electrification, transitioning vehicles from traditional to zero emission vehicles. Oh, great. I see the slides. And we also are looking to increase earn and learn activities, right? And that's prioritizing learning and skill development for entry level and paying occupations. Looking at apprenticeship programs, working closely with CTE and colleges. This is the next point I was making is about increasing system. That's just cultivating participation. Yes, patience.
Tamia was having slight technical difficulties there, so you may have missed one or two things that she said. But we're going to go to the next slide. And this is going to allow me to introduce some of the services that we do. So the Contra Costa Workforce Collaborative is one of the systems, a public nonprofit partnership among community-based organizations and educational entities that leverage existing services and supports to provide comprehensive employment and supportive services throughout the county. So in a nutshell, this collaborative, we contract with them to provide the comprehensive employment program. Next slide, please. So the collaborative comprises of about 10 partners across the county. For your specific information, the West County has the San Pablo Economic Development Corporation, as a point where the job seekers can go in and receive services, the same services that they would be receiving in any of the other 10 locations. So the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act that provides the services for the job seekers, the 10 partners that make up the collaborative offer similar services, whether you're in the East, West, or Central Contra Costa. So you have the Lao Family Community Development in San Pablo, as well as the San Pablo Economic Development that people in Pinole can go to access the programs, but also the comprehensive location for receiving the services will be at our Port Chicago office, Concord, where we are co-located with Employment Development Department. So anyone from the county can come to Concord, where you get the services, computer use, workshops, counseling, training, certification classes. But because of COVID, a few of these things have changed. So we need to make sure that before somebody comes in, that they at least go to the website and try to contact us and make an appointment with one of the providers. Next slide, please. So the next slide talks about the business services, and we picked the business services because a lot of the questions that we received for the talking points pertains to the businesses. So our no-cost services ensures a pipeline of diverse workforce talent ready for employers. So I'm going to go ahead and mention some of the bullet points and how it pertains to what you requested for today. The first one is customized recruitment and training. So we have a business services team that works with employers to connect their demand to the supply, which is the job seekers. In this case, Lily, you mentioned that the city is interested in recruitment, job fairs, career fairs, recruitment opportunities. So we work with the employers or cities when they request to help them schedule and hold job fairs and resource fairs. Before the pandemic, we used to work in collaboration with the community colleges. In the West County, we have worked with the West Contra Costa College and San Pablo EDC, Lao Family, and Adult Education to have big on-site recruitment. But since pandemic, we have gone to doing specialized recruitment. So if the city of Pinole is interested in a recruitment for your employers, then myself, being the business services manager, will work with our business services team to hold a virtual career fair for your employers, or to hold an in-person career fair at a location of your choice in Pinole, or even at our office. So basically contact us, let us know how you want it to be done. We've done this for a couple of the cities, including Concord, where the mayor worked directly with us and the city council and the city employees to host specialized recruitment. So, and of course, we provide services for recruitment if needed, rarely used. We do job posting. So if your employers are looking to hire, they send us the job. We post it through our network of partners, including education and other CBOs, and then they share it with job seekers. All these services at no cost to you. We have financial assistance and subsidies for on-the-job training. So we have somebody can get hired, we subsidize their wages. We have Car Works program with subsidized wages. We have on-the-job training where we, once employer pays up to a certain amount, we will pay for the rest of it, depending on the contract and the training plan. Then we help employers identify tax credits for new hires. And we just recently, in February, we had a training about the homeless hiring tax credit, where the governor, the state is offering a very big incentive for employers who are willing to hire people who are experiencing homelessness. We do have other tax incentives for, formerly incarcerated returning citizens. We do a lot of webinars to educate our employers and the community about the benefit of, fair chance hiring, and we develop a list of employers interested in such. Then we also do the labor market data mining. So we work with EDD to get labor market data. In this case, for this meeting, we worked with the East Bay Economic Development Alliance, and they used their EMSI tool to run data on the report for Contra Costa as well as Pinole, which Lily will be able to share with you. So we ran an in-depth report with the help of Economic Development Alliance is the EDA, and the report is with your office at this point. We also have the layoff and outplacement services. We work very closely with the city economic development managers, chambers of commerce to help businesses who are trying to lay off or who are for rapid reemployment, so that the employees will have access to the resources we have for retraining to get back to work, and as well as try to let them know how they might be able to rapidly reemploy those who are coming out. So matching the demands of employers saying, sorry, we can't keep staff, and then those saying we really need to hire. Next slide, please. So we have so many other resources for employers, but because of time, we're going to go straight to the next one, which is Great Resignation was a big question, something that everybody's talking about. We're going to go back to the Great Resignation. Back one step, please. So the Great Resignation, everybody's talking about this because it has led to great elevation, according to some people, and promotion. So workers are capitalizing on the fact that there's shortage of labor, and then the pay has increased. So there's good pay for those who are willing to work or change jobs. Target just recently this week announced paying over $20 for employment. This quote is from Anthony Klotz, quote in front of you, and is saying that he is the one that coined the Great Resignation term, and Anthony is a psychologist and a professor. So the three highlights from him says the people who would have normally quit their jobs didn't do so at the height of the pandemic, which resulted in a backlog of missing quits. So adding that to now, the quits makes it look like it's more than it would have been. Yes, there's a big quit, but then we forget that there was a gap where there was nothing happening in the system. Then the stress of the pandemic burned out workers, particularly those in service positions. And then employees are reassessing and prioritizing their need for a work-life balance. This particular issue is something that the Workforce Board, Tamia and the board has been discussing. So because of that, the Business and Economic Development Committee of the board has been holding several meetings discussing with our business-led board members, how are they experiencing this? How can we support the businesses and cities of Contra Costa to ensure that this Great Resignation does not negatively affect our businesses? How do we support our small and all businesses in Contra Costa through this period and shortage of labor? So Tamia commissioned our marketing company, Full Capacity Marketing, to run a survey. Next slide, please. So the survey, which is just a 2-minute survey, is focused on trying to find out how is this pandemic affecting the people of Contra Costa? So the impact on our community. And then the result, as you can see here, which I encourage all of you to go to the website and encourage your businesses to click on that 2-minute survey on our website front page and just put in their add their input to this. As of February 14th, we got about 60 respondents, and 57 of the respondents says that they're currently trying to fill 1 to 5 positions. 59% of the respondents say they plan to create 1 to 5 new jobs. 91% said they do not plan layoff in 2022, while 9% are still unsure. 65% of respondents fill vacancies. We wanted to know how they fill their vacancies. So they mentioned how they fill it through referrals, while 63% use employment sources. So we have 28% of the respondents citing that soft skill is very essential, while about 24 other people mentioned hard skills, and then the remainder of the respondent listed job-specific skills that they wanted. 71% of our respondents have 50 or fewer employees, so those are small businesses, and that breaks down to about 57%. When you look at it. So 88% of the respondents are from Contra Costa County, with about Alameda County following at 17%. Although the survey was specifically on the Contra Costa Workforce website, we wouldn't stop any other business from clicking. So as you can see, Alameda County did click. Next slide, please.
I will give you 5 more minutes to conclude your presentation, if you don't mind. We have a large agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, I'll let Tamia take it over.
Thank you, Patience. Well, what we wanted to do is just share some trends in our labor market and what's happening. So we use the state CalJob system. And from this slide, you can see the industries that have the most job postings, the occupations that lead the job postings, the actual top employers with the most job postings, and then the industries that are projected for growth. So this just gives you a snapshot of what's happening in Contra Costa County. I can share that these trends follow what's happening nationwide as far as open jobs. 68% of workers have returned back to work, but there's still 1.5 million open jobs right now. Next slide, please. We wanted to drill down into, what's happening in Contra Costa versus what's happening in Pinole. So the next couple slides will give you a snapshot of data that we collected as of November of 2021. That's the most recent data. When this quarter ends, March 31st, we'll have, more recent data. But here's the, snapshot of what occupations by total employment, broken down by each industry sector. Next one is top occupations and job growth, Contra Costa Pinole. Next slide. We're just gonna jam right through these for the sake of time. Specifically asked about the green jobs and industry opportunities. Just, technology is going to replace workers. Unemployment will rise, labor shortages will continue over the next couple of years. Automation is happening across every industry sector. So earlier when I talked about training for the future and making sure that we are, following what's happening in intelligent transportation, electrification, just the underlying infrastructure and what's happening in the regional utilities. Those are the green jobs. There's some industry drivers that are happening, emerging employment opportunities in ambulatory health care, carriers and express delivery. Next slide, keep moving on. These are the 6 federal jobs in the next decade that are for those jobs. And that will close our presentation. If you have any questions, you can reach out to myself or Patience. But thank you for your time.
Thank you again, and I do apologize, and I appreciate your understanding here. Thank you for that excellent presentation. I will then turn it to Councilmember Thomas for questions. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. A question regarding grant applications that our city staff might fill out, and if they have data needs as far as employment trends that are more specific, are you guys a resource for that kind of information?
We use the data in our work. We don't have that function in our office currently. We depend on our partners, like Patience mentioned earlier, the East Bay EDA Alliance. So we are dependent upon our partners to provide that data. We have several resources. We use our CalJobs, but I would encourage you to reach out to us. We may have the information that you need.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Martinez-Uben.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. Thank you, Ms. Fodu and Ms. Brown, for your presentations. I'm curious about, given the focus of the individuals you wish to reach to access your services, whether it's matching them with an employer, recruitment, however, I have actually 2 questions. One, from the perspective of the employee, the person who could be seeking a job but may not. I'm curious, we hear reports on the news about all these available positions or jobs, but people not drawn to them, not actually taking them. So I'm curious, within your service pool of people who have visited your office for the services, what are the positions or jobs that are most attractive to them? You presented the future, the growing areas of employment. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering whether people needing jobs now are seeing those as opportunities, or if they're just not interested. What can you tell us about that? And the other question that I have relates to the survey. With most of the respondents so far being small businesses, that made me wonder as well whether prospective employees are interested in the larger businesses, not the smaller businesses. Mm-hmm. Because we also know that the small businesses, including some of them here in our town, have had a heck of a time trying to employ people. So there's sort of an irony in that. So please give me a sense of, we've got X number of positions and prospective employers. We have a pool of people who need work, but what's really allowing them to match up and actually be hired, etc.
Thank you for your question. I'll try to address your first question, and then I'll let Patience address the business services question. We are struggling to get people through our doors, right? It's not the same as we were pre-pandemic. People are not walking through our doors looking for jobs. We have to understand what's happening, the implications of COVID, right? People are migrating away because of, affordable housing. Parents of young children are not returning to work, right? And employees, this is an employees market. It has changed. If employers are not offering the flexibility that people need in their lives, they're opting not to go back to work. They are figuring out how to manage without going back to work, especially two-parent homes. So that's just some, implications, right, that we did. Then, as I spoke about earlier, about the automation of things, skills and competencies are changing in the workforce, right? The skills and competencies aren't aligned with the people who are looking for jobs right now. So we need to better align those. We need to close the skills gap for the people who are actually looking for jobs. Because there's just so many changes that are happening, right? And we're trying to, we're looking at, I'll give you an example. Healthcare, right? Healthcare has shortages all around the industry. People need certifications to work in patient care occupations, and those take time. We have to train up those individuals. People, and then we have to look at non-patient care, right? So we're driving those occupations, training people in those non-patient cares, those short-term trainings, working with employers so that we can get people into those short-term training programs so that they can lead into occupations. And Patience, you want to talk about the business support?
Well, just real quick, since we don't have a lot of time, I want to mention that one of the problems that the businesses are experiencing is that the big businesses are offering incentives that the small mom and pops cannot offer, right? So they're giving $1,000 recruitment benefit on the spot. Target raised their wages. McDonald's is paying $18. Taco Bell is $21. So now these are the big chains. So to compete with the workforce. And then we're trying to educate the employers that they need to kind of, not that they're lowering their standard, but they need to begin to consider other population. But sometimes those are the population with barriers. We have people, returning citizens, who are looking for work. Employers need to be more flexible to consider other populations. So when they say they're not getting people to work, they're not really looking at every available person who's ready to work. They're talking about the cream, the people that they really want to pick. However, they have not stopped to consider that someone who's homeless has experience. Just because they live in their car doesn't mean they don't. And the fact that you give them opportunity to work helps them get off their car and get into a home, right? And it comes with benefits. So the workforce board, part of our strategy is to educate these employers to open up their, broaden their views and begin to consider hiring the population with barrier as a workforce that is ready to go. So this kind of trainings we offer through California Employer Association, a lot of webinars for employers, and then to understand as well that since it's an employee market, employers need to begin to consider remote work, hybrid work, being compassionate to your employees, no longer, oh, why did you just come in now? Or instead, there's a mental fatigue. There's a problem with COVID. People had issues before COVID, but now it's worse. So be compassionate. When somebody comes in late, maybe their kid is sick, maybe they couldn't get out of bed today, find out why. So you have to now try to encourage and keep your employees instead of treating them as though you have a choice.
Thank you for
Thank you for your response. I would have 5 more questions minutes of questions, and we'll move on to the public. Councilmember Tate, go ahead.
I want to thank you for bringing this presentation forward. This is something that I personally, just being in the workforce, have kind of witnessed over the past year and a half. And you're kind of confirming all of the suspicions, all of the feelings and observations that I've had in the workforce. Real quickly, my question is, how does a city council, a government organization, how do we help? How do we transition through this? What are the steps that you see? We've mentioned job fairs, internships, just on the dais. We've mentioned, study work, where you have people going to school or apprenticeships. What is the path forward? How do we help here? I mean, I know that a lot of our businesses are seeing a dip in activity and are looking to hire people as well. What steps do we take to help out here? I mean, you mentioned there's potential for grants, maybe. I mean, what is the process, and I guess how do we work there? I have a lot of questions, so I'll just leave you with that one, and most likely contact you guys just one-on-one, just in the interest of time. But if you could tell us, how do we help?
So, Tamia, do you want me to take this?
Sure, go ahead.
So one of the ways, some of the cities that we work very closely with, the city economic development managers are in touch with me, our department business services. They let us know when an employer is struggling. If they see an employer looking to recruit, they try to connect them with us. And then if they see a sign going out of business or notice that the restaurant is empty in the middle of the day when they should be busy, you contact us and say, hey, can you guys go check out what's going on? Your tax dollar pays for what we do. So you reach out to us. And then the Workforce Board website, we have newsletter that is filled with great information, resources about training employers on what's going on, helping them with recruitment, telling them about what other employers are doing, attending we have a Business and Economic Development Committee meeting that focuses on this kind of issue. So the Workforce Board puts up all these things, including the free, no-cost webinars. So we send this information out to our cities and our chambers, and then they send it to the public. So encourage your businesses to partake in all the free services, no-cost services that we offer. And then if somebody in your office will be responsible to kind of check up our newsletter and see what is happening this week, like the tax hiring credit that had a lot of employers. The hotline that we have, any employer in city of Pinole can pick up a phone and call our hotline. It's 1-888-599-7645 and get free human resource advice. Advice on recruitment, hiring, firing, retaining, training, all that is free. We pay for that upfront for 1 year, so that if you say you're a Contra Costa County business, you get it. I'm always shocked when I hear from businesses that they are not aware that this is a free service that we provide. So our website has a lot of information. We've embarked on contract with a marketing company to market all these programs. And then we have social media presence, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook. But all those resources are there. They just have to tap into it. And you can help them and help us by getting the word out to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Patience. I just would like to add, Councilmember Tate, that, we are 100% federally funded program. So, my job is to continue bringing in resources for the Workforce Development Board. We can definitely talk about some initiatives that we can, get our young youth and young adults into these growing and emerging careers. So just wanted to put that out there.
Excellent question. And I own a company and I'm always hiring people, so I'll be making sure to be reaching out to you, looking for young engineers and people that are willing to move in the workforce. Excellent presentation. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, would you like to add something or do you have any questions?
No questions. I just want to say thank you both so much. I've learned an incredible amount about your services. I'm the people you talk about that doesn't know about what you have offering. So I am here on your website as you're talking, just floored. Thank you so much. Please come back. Please come back. Please reach out to us. We want to be a partner.
Okay.
We do have a lot on the agenda, but we do want to be a partner. And I think it's important for you all to come back and talk to us about next steps. So thank you so much.
Thank you again for being here. Well, yeah, you go ahead, Ms. Ofutu. I'm going to open it to public comment. People have some question too. It's not over yet, but go ahead. Please go ahead.
I just want to encourage the council members and everyone on the call. If you go to WDBCCC, our website, just sign up for that newsletter. It comes in with so much information, whether it's grant information, hiring information, job fairs. There's a big job fair going on with manufacturers across the 10 Bay Area counties on the 16th. Just sign up for it. You get the newsletter, you find what you need.
Excellent. I am there. It's subscribed to the e-news. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. I'm looking at it right now. Okay.
There's backlog, yes.
I'll do it as we speak. Madam City Clerk, good evening again. Do you have any member of the public who wish to make a comment, please?
Yes, we have Cordell Handler.
Yes, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Yes, so good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Cordell Handler, and I'm a resident of Richmond. So I do want to thank Ms. Patience and Ms. Tamia for presenting on this report. I really learned a lot about what the Workforce Development CCC is all about. So I'll be more than happy to reach out to you all so you can present to our Richmond City Council about this program, because I find this program very informative, because we have a lot of people that are struggling to find work and that type of thing. So I'll be more than happy to reach out to you all so that way I can request to the City Council to have you guys present to them at one of our meetings. So that's it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Excellent presentation, and thank you again for coming, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
That concludes item 8, and I will move on to item 9, which is consent calendar. Tonight we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items on the calendar. 7, correction. Do we have any item that needs to be pulled from any council member at this moment? Do you have any question from any council members? I don't see any. Madam City Clerk, do you have any comments from the public on any item on the agenda, please? I see 2 hands raised.
We do. We'll start with Cordell Handler.
It's, good evening again, Mayor Salimi, Council, Cordell Handler, Richmond resident. So on 9A, I do like the minutes on how it is presented. As I had stated in the past, I have been to similar meetings that tend to go a little lengthy. So 9A, I like the minutes as presented, but as far as the 9F, I'm kind of hesitant to find out about the compensation for these for the department heads, because as one of the speakers had mentioned about the salary adjustments for the department heads, I'm thinking that it sounds good, but my main concern is that is regarding the adjustment of the salaries. So and there has not been no class and comp study that will verify that. So I kind of like 9A for the minutes, but as far as like 9F, it's kind of like I'm still debating whether or not if this will go or not. But hey, it is what it is. So I will save my comments for the budget items.
Thank you, sir. Next citizen who wish to talk, please.
Yes, Rafael Menace.
Thanks again. So my comments tonight are on item 9F, and I'm going to be referring to attachment B, the underlined changes document. First off, on page 83 of the agenda, section 3 classifications, it notes that there's still an assistant city manager classification. Is there still a need for this classification now that former assistant city manager Hector De La Rosa is no longer with us? And it's my understanding that the city does not plan to fill the assistant city manager position in the future. And secondly, on page 95 and to a lesser extent 96, it looks like the main focus of this is to adjust the public safety classic employees' total CalPERS contribution to being closer to the miscellaneous employees' classic total CalPERS contribution. Because before these adjustments, miscellaneous, it looks like, was at roughly 16% of salary contributed, and public safety was at about 22%. And after these adjustments, they'll both be at 15%. So I want to check and make sure that my understanding of those numbers were correct and that that was the primary purpose of the compensation adjustments, CalPERS contribution adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew Murray, can you please address question number 1, which is related to the compensation salary adjustment, and if any comes an adjustment were done prior to this document?
Sure. Thanks for the comment from the member of the public. Actually, the city has completed a number of classification and compensation studies over the course of the last year. The city's new practice is to complete a total compensation benchmarking study in association with every round of labor negotiations. So we have done class and comp, not for every single classification. We haven't done a classification study for every single position, but we've done a number over the course of the last year and a half. So these salaries are benchmarked with peer jurisdictions, which provides us with some confirmation that they're competitive. We're still generally under the market average for our peer jurisdictions, but we're trying to improve that to be able to attract and retain our employees. Regarding the question related to the change in the employee pension contributions, the numbers, the current numbers are not quite the same as what the member of the public commented. I believe the miscellaneous employees' total contribution for management compensation plan employees is in the range of 21% total, and for public safety it's in the range of 24%. We're proposing to reduce those just so that we are a more attractive employer. We weren't specifically trying to make the public safety classic contribution be the same as miscellaneous. We're just trying to make those equivalents to the rates that are paid by miscellaneous and safety employees in other units. That's our professional and technical, our local one, and our firefighters. So the intention wasn't to make the safety and miscellaneous equivalent necessarily. It's just to bring them up to speed with and on par with the other recent successor MOU rates that were recently agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So I stated that we have 7 items, but correction, it's actually 8 items. I don't see any questions. I would ask then to a council member to please move on.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
Any second? Okay, Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave? Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Salini?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Excellent. I will then move on to item 10, public hearings. We do not have any tonight. Then I will close that item and move on to item 11. Old business, we don't have any old business tonight. And then I will move on to item 12, which is new businesses. But before we move on to item 12, which is a significant discussion tonight. I would like to take a break. It's 8:48 and we'll resume at 9. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm Vincent Salimi, the mayor of the city of Pinole. You are watching the Pinole City Council. It's March 1st, 2022, and we are on item 12, new business, and we will move on to item 12A, provide direction on potential ballot measure to become a charter city and enact a real estate transfer tax. Tonight, we'll be getting direction from City Attorney Casher and Assistant City Attorney Alex Mogg, as well as Finance Director Gilroy. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Salimi. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to our resident charter city measure expert, Assistant Attorney, City Attorney Alex Mogg, and then Finance Director Gilroy will be assisting with the presentation as well, available to answer questions after the presentation.
Thank you, City Attorney Casher. Just for clarification, Mr. Mogg, this is not the first time you're making this presentation. For the last 2 years, I believe this is the third or fourth time you're making it, so it's
correct. Yes. So, good evening, Mayor, council members. Because of that, hopefully we'll be able to go through the presentation relatively quickly and get to the discussion portion, because I know the council has a lot to discuss. Next slide, please. So, as the mayor mentioned, this presentation has been given before. Some of you may not have been on the council at the time, but maybe were aware of these conversations. The council discussed the possibility of proceeding with becoming a charter city in 2019 and early 2020. And I believe actually it was discussed, I was there making a presentation at the last meeting before shelter in place happened. And so shelter in place happened, and that discussion was put on hold. In early February, council directed staff to bring that item back now for further discussion. So we're going to go over the basics of what that charter city is, and what the process is for becoming one, and what that may allow the city to do. Next slide, please. So a very high level, a general law city is a city that has the authority to act locally, but it has to act consistent with the California Constitution, state statutes, and state administrative regulations. A charter city has the authority to adopt laws regulating municipal affairs that are inconsistent with state statutes, as long as they are still consistent with the state and federal constitution. This is known as home rule. And they can do this only with regard to topics known as municipal affairs, which we'll talk about in a minute. Next slide, please. So there's about, out of the 400 plus cities in California, about 130 are charter cities, 350 are general law cities. There are a number of cities nearby in the surrounding areas that are charter cities, including, Richmond and El Cerrito over in this West County area. Next slide, please. So, what is a municipal affair? Charter cities have the ability, depending on the scope of their charter, to make their own laws regarding municipal affairs. There's not one clear-cut definition. It's not determined by the legislature. It is determined by courts on a case-by-case basis. The legislature can make findings and sort of make arguments as to why something is or isn't a municipal affair, but this concept is fluid and can change over time. Next slide, please. So things that have been found to be examples of municipal affairs are city elections and election procedures, fines for violating local ordinances. A charter city can establish higher fines than are allowed under state law. Public contracting requirements, such as bidding and prevailing wage requirements, could, if a charter city wanted to, be something that was regulated as a municipal affair. Forms of municipal government are an example of a municipal affair. So just to pause on this topic for a moment, Pinole, as a general law city, has a 5-member city council and a council manager form of government, which means the manager runs, is the head of the city administratively and runs the day-to-day operation of the city, and department heads report to the city manager, and only the city manager and the city attorney are appointed by the council. A charter city can adopt a different form of government if it chooses. That is not a requirement by any means. Many charter cities do not have a different form of government, but they could adopt a different form of government, with the so-called strong mayor form of government. That's not something a council can decide. If a city becomes a charter city, the council doesn't have the ability to decide the form of government. That would be something that the voters would need to decide, but that is an option. So there are some larger cities like San Francisco and Oakland that have a strong mayor form of government, but our local charter, or the charter cities in the area, to Pinole, El Cerrito, Richmond, they don't have that form of government. They have still a manager form of government. And taxes for municipal purposes are a thing. Municipal, that is a home rule, something a charter city can adopt. So a real property transfer tax, for example, is something a charter city has an ability to adopt that a general law city does not. Next slide, please. So just before we move on to talk about real property transfer tax, the charter cities have charters, and the charter is essentially the constitution for the city. And it can be very broad or very narrow, or someplace in between. And it specifies what powers a charter city has. So if you look at the charter for the city of Oakland or the city of San Francisco, they're very detailed, they're very extensive. If you look at other cities like El Cerrito, for example, just as the closest nearby example, their charter is very limited and essentially says, except for the real property transfer tax and maybe one or two other issues, the city has no power to regulate any municipal affairs. It will be subject to state law on any other topic. And any change to charters are required to be adopted by the voters, and any change to the charter is required to be adopted by the voters. So if the city, city voters adopt a charter, any future change expanding the powers of the city would need to go to the voters for approval as well. And the municipal code continues to be maintained because that municipal code is where, the day-to-day laws of the city are kept. Next slide, please. So real property transfer tax, I'm sure many of the council are aware, have heard of this, and it is a major reason many cities consider becoming charter cities. So currently, the county charges a real property transfer tax, of $1.10 per $1,000 of value. So a relatively minor percentage, a 0.1% of a tax on the transfer. The county splits that with the city so that each get 55 cents per $1,000 of value on a property sale. The real property transfer tax is only paid once, and it's only paid on the upon the sale of the property. So it's not like a parcel tax that you pay every year. It's just paid once when a property is sold for value. So if someone inherits a property, because that's not sold for any value, it's just a form of a gift, that doesn't trigger the real property transfer tax. It would only be when someone sells a property. And because the real property transfer tax is only paid once, sometimes that looks like a more attractive revenue raising measure than other options for taxes, like a parcel tax or a sales tax or something like that, where the payment is either annually or ongoing. A real property transfer tax is only paid once. And payment is negotiated between a buyer and a seller. It's required to be paid when the property is sold, but that, like many other, deal points during a property sale, is something that's can be negotiated by a buyer and seller. Next slide, please. So a real property transfer tax can be either a general tax or a special tax. A general tax is a tax that is deposited in the general fund that the city can use for any purpose. A special tax is a tax that is dedicated for a specific use as approved by the voters. A general tax only requires a simple majority of voters to be approved, but it does require 4/5 vote of the city council to put a general tax on the ballot. In contrast, a special tax requires 2/3 majority vote of the voters, but only actually requires a majority of the city council to put on the ballots. The city can, if it adopts a real property transfer tax, an increased real property transfer tax, it could have tiers. So some cities have tiers where the value of a home over $1 million, the value of a sale over $1 million is taxed at a different rate than the portion of the sales price below $1 million. That's an option some cities do. And some cities also have rebates on the tax for certain improvements, like you might get 25% rebate if you undertake seismic retrofit or something like that. And 8 Bay Area cities have adopted or increased their real property transfer tax since 2010. That would include a number of East Bay cities, including both of Pinole's neighbors, the other charter cities, El Cerrito and Richmond. Next slide, please. So with that, I will turn it over to the finance director to talk a little bit more about transfer tax.
Thank you, City Attorney. So to provide some context around the real property transfer tax, specifically to Pinole, over the last 10 years, Pinole has received an average of about $86,000 annually from RPTT. And it received a low of $52,000 in 2011-12, and that has consistently increased over the last 10 years to a high of $119,000 in fiscal year 2021. To also provide some background information, you see the chart over to the right. It shows the neighboring RPTT rates for some of our neighboring jurisdictions. From this, we can see that the median rate is $12 per $1,000 of value. So with that, we applied it to Pinole for the fiscal year 2021. And if we would have had a $12 rate in effect at that time, we would have produced approximately $2.2 million for that fiscal year. So small typo there, the average is about $1.5 million over the last 10 years annually if we had the higher rate of $12. As Alex pointed out, there are some agencies that have tiered rates where they have a flat rate, and then anything over a certain threshold, any amounts over that amount is subject to a higher RPTT. Next slide, please. And then some of the other fiscal considerations to keep in mind is that the city does have a stable tax base. It includes property taxes, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, business license tax, and utility users. And those tax revenues have continued to grow modestly over the years. However, they have not been able to keep pace with addressing some of our longer-term unfunded liabilities. And that includes infrastructure needs and other items that are unfunded, such as our other post-employment benefits. So the RPTT would be a way to generate some additional revenue that comes directly to the city and can be used at the local level to address some of the needs that we have, especially in the way of the longer term obligations. As Alex also mentioned, that from 2010 to 2020, about 20 cities in California that were concentrated in Los Angeles County and the San Francisco Bay Area had RPTT measures placed on the ballot, and of those 15 were passed. And that's just over the last 10 years. Some of them were more recent. And a number of those indicated that they would use the funds to support the rising cost of some ongoing operations. But most of them did indicate that the funds would be used to address those longer term needs, with capital being at the top of the list, in addition to the rising pension costs and other post-employment benefits. So with that, I will turn the presentation back over to City Attorney Mogg.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So if the council wants to move forward with consideration of becoming a charter city and a real property transfer tax, there is a unique process to put that on the ballot that's a little different than a normal ballot measure. First, the council has to hold 2 public hearings on the draft charter, and those have to be separated by at least 30 days, and there needs to be at least 21 days notice before the hearings, hearings, and then after the second hearing, there needs to be 21 days before the council can vote to actually place the measure on the ballot. And the becoming a charter city and the real property transfer tax can be placed on the ballot as one measure. So it could be one unified measure that's placed on the ballot that's either voted, approved or rejected collectively by the voters. It doesn't need to be separated into 2 separate measures. Next slide, please. So just so the council has a general sense of the deadlines, the deadline to place a measure on the ballot, the last regular meeting would be, at the very beginning of August, and then working back from there, the public hearings would need to occur in, early July and early June, and with notice, going out in late, in mid-May about the first hearing. And of course, the charter can be tweaked during this process. The draft charter and the draft real property transfer tax could be tweaked during this process up until the measure is placed on the ballot, if in fact the council decides to go in that direction. Next slide, please. So the charter can be placed on the ballot directly by the city council, and different cities take different approaches for how to develop what is included or not included in a charter. It can be handled by the council collectively. There could be a council appointed subcommittee. There could be a committee of council members and the public that work on that. Some communities do that, especially if the process is started, far in advance of the election. But it's also possible, just like with many of the ordinances that come before the council, that it would be prepared by staff for the council's review with feedback and refinement and direction coming from the council, so staff can make any necessary changes. Next slide, please. The charter is a large undertaking. It is a unusual topic for, I think, the public, and so along with the real property transfer tax. And so one item for the council to consider is whether, before deciding to place this item on the ballot, whether the city should retain a pollster to gauge community interest in this, and also to gauge community priorities for how potential tax revenue might be spent, to get a sense of what the community and the residents of Pinole are thinking. Also, because of the complicated nature of this topic. Many cities hire consultants to help with the public education about what a charter measure means and what a real property transfer tax does. And the council may, can consider whether there's any other types of public engagement it wants to engage in or direct staff to undertake. Next slide, please. So just very rough cost estimates. Conducting a survey is probably around $30,000. Public information, if we're going to hire a consultant, is probably a similar amount. Based on past ballot measures the city has put on the ballot, the actual cost to preparing the measure and the cost that the county will charge is probably someplace between $20,000 and $40,000. So it just gives you a sense of the rough cost of pursuing such a measure. If a real property transfer tax is adopted, that would, as you saw from Marquisha's slides, that would, pay for this. But of course, there's no guarantee that will happen, and it's a large cost. So next slide, please. So the council direction tonight, I know the council has a lot to discuss, but the first item is really, does the council want to move forward with this or not? And this is not a final decision on placing it on the ballot, but just does council want staff to move forward with this? And if it does, should staff work on retaining a pollster or a consultant? And then also, what process would the council direct for the preparation of the charter? Does it want staff to prepare a draft charter for the council to review and provide feedback, or is there some other process that council would like to undertake? So that was a lot of information very quickly, but hopefully it was clear, and I know we are all available for any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. So basically, I just want to clarify that also, if you were to move forward, this type of decision can only happen during a general election. That means that in 2022 or 2024, we cannot put it during a so the duration that that City Council has to provide tonight, I just want to keep the conversation organized. Number one, as Assistant City Manager, Assistant City Attorney stated, it's should the City Council proceed with considering a measure to become a charter city and enact a new real estate transfer tax. That's item number one. And number two, should a pollster and consultant be retained? And item number three is, should staff prepare a draft charter for review? And based on the fact that if we were to move forward to put it on the ballot on the November 2022 election, after talking to staff, recommendation to me was we need to keep it simple. It would be better to have staff draft it, and we want to keep it simple as it is, meaning that we keep it as being almost like a general law city, with the exception of making a change in language so that we could change the real estate transfer tax. That's what I have to say. Then I will move it to the City Council for questions, and then to the public, and go back for discussion. And then those are the three items that we want to discuss tonight. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Sure, a couple questions. I just want to confirm that if a real estate property transfer tax of, say, $12 or whatever number it is the county still only getting 55 cents per thousand, and then the rest would go to the city? That's my first question.
So the county would continue to charge the current $1.10, and they would keep that whole $1.10 now. So if the city adopted a $12 rate, there would also be a $1.10 rate from the county.
That is correct. So in that case, it would be $13.10. So if, for instance, the city of Pinole wants to create a tax on real estate transfer tax of $7, that $7 will go to the city of Pinole, but on top of that, $1.10 will be added. The total tax would not be $7, but would be $8.10. Out of that $8.10, 55 cents would go to the county.
But I'm hearing that they would keep
they would keep the whole $1.10. The county takes the position that once a city adopts its own local tax, it no longer is obligated under state law to split its real property transfer tax.
Thank you for the clarification. So the county will keep 110 and the city will remain the rest, but the 110 will still be on top of what we're adding. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, and then my next question is that the polling seems to be on the high side, and I'm wondering about just a special meeting at a special given time where the public doesn't have to wait 3.5 hours to hear the item and then comment. I'm wondering if we should consider, just a special meeting to take input, if that's appropriate, or, maybe convince me that $30,000 for polling is the going rate.
It looks like, I'll defer, it looks like the city manager would like to make a comment.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks. I think that's about what the city paid for polling back in summer or fall of 2019 with EMC Research when it was polling regarding special parcel tax for fire services. And I do think that's $20,000 to $30,000 is about the going rate for that kind of service. Some of the variables that impact the cost are the length of the survey and the number of responses we want the consultant to get, which higher number of responses obviously increases the accuracy of the survey. So that is the going rate. From a operational perspective, we don't otherwise have representative data on what the public priorities and receptivity is to this form of revenue measure or potentially others. So it seems like a worthwhile and certainly a very common expenditure by cities that are exploring new revenue options like this.
Okay, thank you. And then just one more note that, looking at how something like this would increase or decrease affordability for housing in our communities. And, just kind of taking a look at that, I would be interested at some point of finding out if that's just considered closing costs, and if that's something that, a buyer or if a buyer can finance that. That's kind of a question off to the side that I think if we go forward with this process, I'd be interested in knowing.
It will show up as a closing cost in the transaction. And it certainly does add a cost onto purchasing a home. I think, anecdotally from other cities that have adopted one, like El Cerrito, it's not been a driver of home prices increasing. I think there are many other factors that have made the home prices go up probably by significantly more than this would, but it certainly is an additional cost.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thoms. Thank you, Mr. Mugg. Just to clarify and add on to an item that we can do as a city council, if we were to decide to move forward with that real estate transfer tax, it is part of the closing cost. but we also have the ability of making that negotiable on who will pay for that transfer tax between the buyer and the seller. And I think at the council, it would be wise for us to make it negotiable so that it is during the time of closing cost negotiation that the buyer or the seller negotiate during the real estate transfer tax. And when it comes to affordability, if it's affordable, it's when we're talking about $7 for every $1,000, we're not talking about 7%. We are talking about 0.7%. And I want everybody to be sure and understand it. It's not 12 for every $1,000. It's not 12%. It's 1.2%. And would it add to the cost? Yes, it will add to the cost. But realistically speaking, we live in a county where the real estate value has been doubling every 10 years for the last 40 years. And the demand of real estate is relatively low at this moment. It has been low. And houses on the market don't stay more than 15 to 20 days on the market before they move forward. Let's move on to Councilmember Tave. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, so this only affects a sale. So your average homeowner, renter, everybody in the town, unless so if you're in your forever home, this tax you'll never see this happen or experience this tax.
That is correct.
Well, that was directed to
Yes, that's correct. Until eventually you sell or your children sell the home, yes, no one would pay.
And so
Councilmember Ted, you can also transfer it to your kids without having to pay it as well.
For an inheritance, right? That's a different taxing model, right? For an inheritance tax.
This does not apply if a gift to your children. This would not.
Very good.
You wouldn't have to pay the transfer tax.
Understood. Okay. So the next question I had was, we mentioned that we can put stipulations or waiving this fee. So, for example, if a house is, I'm just going to use this example. I don't want to muddy the waters. I still want to stick with the decisions we have to make tonight. But if, for example, we said, hey, this house is less than $250,000, and if you electrify this house, we can waive the transfer tax. So there's an opportunity for the buyer who may absorb this tax to have that waived if there is some type of condition, correct?
Yes, and the way that would normally work is because the transfer tax is paid at closing, because it has to be paid at the transaction, there would normally be, the city would have a program of refunding that money after the fact if those repairs or whatever are made within, a year or whatever time.
So to Councilmember Tom's point, that revenue can then be reinvested into affordable housing, et cetera, whatever the council at that time would deem important or would want to enhance any program.
Correct.
Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Taylor, I just want to clarify something. For instance, the city of El Cerrito, who became a charter city and a real estate transfer tax 2 years ago, they did provide a credit towards the real estate transfer tax. And I believe the credit was coming from the homeowner who decided to upgrade his sewer connection from the main to the house. And at this moment, I believe it is a requirement for people to actually update that connection and making sure that it's in good condition. And the people who were doing it, and I can have the city staff confirming that it is a requirement of updating that sewer connection from the main to the house. And the people who were doing it were actually getting a credit towards that real estate transfer tax. So
is that something that we can discuss once this process happens? Like at the first hearing, we can make adjustments along the way?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, because I know that there's probably a bunch of different benefits and conditions that we could put on to help further policy. I just want to focus on the three questions we have and
yes,
get this vehicle or this thing rolling. So thank you for that. Those are the end of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Tave. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Just a few questions. I saw that should a pollster and consultant be retained? Are we separating the two, or is that one person? I just want to be clear.
It's two people. They often work together, but it's two people usually.
So 2 people. So one for the polling, and then another for the community outreach, or is that okay?
Yeah, because the polling is a specialized data scientist type person that's not necessarily a public education communications expert.
Gotcha. And then I want to circle back to the municipal affairs conversation. I know it is probably in the policy, but one thing that came to my mind and concerned me a little bit was the openness around like us not necessarily knowing what court cases have been determined at this point, and possibly won't be until I guess lawsuits happen. So I'm just wondering, are there any case studies that you have with particular regards to any of those mentions? You mentioned city elections, fines, forms of municipal government. There are several items. I don't know what slide that was on.
Yeah, there are a number of items that courts have over time found to be municipal affairs. And if the council wanted to, exercise authority, have the charter give the city that power, we could certainly come up with an exhaustive list of where that power is. If the council wants to limit the city's power, the charter can also, explicitly say the city can't exercise any powers of, municipal affairs except for, and then list just the very limited powers that are desired for the city, and with any change to that list needing further voter approval.
And are you familiar with any, at this point, is there an association of sorts of charter cities of either the nation or California? Is this a tier? I guess I should ask, when was the first charter city established, and then how did the rest be?
So old cities tend to be charter cities, to cities that existed, most charter cities were cities that existed a long time ago, and then the process to form a city sort of changed, and there was the development of general law cities at that point. There's not an association of them, and they really range in size. I mean, just in our community, you could look at, Oakland, San Jose, San Francisco are all charter cities, large, huge cities, but also, El Cerrito is a charter city, that is roughly the size of Pinole. So there's a big range of their size and also the powers that their charter give them.
And then my last question is in regards to what I see as fiscal impact. So several of the slides mention the cost of the process of building the charter city, and it also referenced the increased amount of revenue. I didn't necessarily see a cost impact on the establishment of the charter city. Your presentation basically assumes that we're only going to make money, and if that's the case, that's fine. I just want to be clear that that's the case.
Well, so the cost of establishing the charter city is built in the cost of the what was listed as the cost of the election, which I think said $20,000 to $40,000. So that includes the cost of placing the measure on the ballot and the process of, drafting the charter measure. And those are the only costs associated with becoming a charter city. So of course, if the council went down that path and it didn't pass, that is a large expense that would not be paid for with any additional revenue. I think that answers your question, but let me know if I did not.
I think it gets to my point is I'm wondering, I don't necessarily see any cost to developing a charter city, and I'm just wondering if I see that the conversation between charter city and the real estate property transfer tax are being merged right now. But at the same time, in reference to specifically say the potential we didn't talk about the real property transfer tax, we'd only talk about the charter city. If that were to be moved forward only, what would be the fiscal impact of only that being?
The cost would be the same. If you wanted a pollster, that would be the same. And the cost of putting it on, because it would only be one measure, you know, if you took out the charter city measure, if you took out the real property tax from the measure and it was just a charter city element that did not also authorize the tax, that would still have to go to the voters. So there's still that same cost to from the county that's going to charge the city for having that ballot measure. There's still this, you know, the city still needs to develop the ballot question, all of the materials. So those costs are all the same. It may be slightly less because the materials would be slightly shorter because they're only dealing with one topic, but the main cost would be the same, more or less.
Go ahead.
Just really briefly, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, once the ballot measure, if it were passed and Pinole became a charter city, there would be no ongoing kind of maintenance operation of the charter. It's as if it's like kind of like the municipal code. It's just a framework under which we'd operate. The only other additional cost would be if we wanted to change the charter, we would have to go back to the voters and we'd have a very similar exercise of, you know, close to $100,000 of having to amend or change the charter, but there would be no kind of fiscal impact on an annual basis of just maintaining and having the charter in existence. It would be pretty much a flat fixed cost once it's adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi and Assistant City Attorney Mogg. Hello again, and thank you for your calm and great review of this presentation. So I have two questions. Tax rate. Are we deciding on the amount tonight? There were examples given.
No, those were just an example. You know, the $12 was simply taken as the median of the locals, but that's something the council could decide down the road if they decide to move forward.
Okay, so let's say we're down the road and we come up with the value of the tax rate. For how long would that tax rate be in place?
It would be the transfer tax measure would, you know, unless the council directed otherwise, would be the permanent rate. The tax measure, the way we would draft the tax measure is to allow the council to lower it. If it wants to, you know, without having to go to the voters, it could lower it. You know, if circumstances change dramatically and you thought there was a need to, you know, eliminate the transfer tax for a year or two, the measure would give the council that authority, but any increase in the rate would require going back to the voters.
Thank you. I thought I saw a slide where another city had been increasing its rate over time, which is what prompted me to ask that. My second question has to do with the use of a pollster and developing the language that that pollster would present to the public and how that would occur. In this evening's presentation, staff has included two areas where we know, based on our recent, as recent as last year's development of the capital improvement plan and the budget process, that there are areas that there's no question we could use funds for if this were to be a general tax. The capital needs and OPEB. So do we have to discuss and come to agreement about that as we continue onto another meeting about this?
If you want it to be a special tax, that would need to be decided. But if it is a general tax that can be used for any municipal purpose, those decisions could just be made as part of the annual budget cycle, or, you know, the council could adopt a policy about how the money would be spent. And, you know, that's how that would generally work.
Thank you. So my thought was, because those two categories of need were presented, in essence, we know the answer to how this tax could be used. And so don't we have the language already?
Well, so I would say, if you limit what it could be used for and make it a special tax, it requires 2/3 voter approval, and it's also another thing to keep in mind is that's the only thing you could use it on. So if in 1 year there was a disaster and the city wanted to spend money to fix, a fire at, City Hall, that wouldn't be something the city could use that money on because it would be legally restricted to OPEB or whatever the measure said. And I think the polling just could help the city understand what the community's, desires are for how this money, could be spent. Is it on extra road maintenance? Is it on other sorts of things? That might just be something that the measure.
So something could surface from polling that would be inconsistent with what we know our needs already.
It might. I don't want to speculate. I think that the other thing polling does is gives you, the council, you see that there's cost of putting it on the ballot. If you get a poll back that shows no matter what the measure is, it's only going to get, only 10% of the public supports it, that might give the council pause, and you might decide we don't want to put it on the ballot at all. So that helps, inform your decision, somewhat.
Right. I'm still thinking that we are to some great degree informed about where our needs are. The themes keep coming up about the need to do something about our capital assets, and OPEB is a long-standing, long-term, unaddressed need yet. So for this council to determine which area, let's say we didn't deduce a pollster. The alternative then is for this council to have discussion on the areas that we regard based on the data that we have, based on the reports that we have, based on the status of our projects, et cetera, based on current comments from the public in very, very different ways. When do we determine what those areas are, that this tax would?
Well, so if the council wants to make this a special tax that it's legally restricted to only being spent on certain items, that needs to be decided before the measure is placed on the ballot. If it's going to be a general tax and the council is going to decide, this is how we're going to spend this money, this is our policy, but it's not going to be, a legal requirement. Over time there may be reasons to fluctuate a little bit or to make adjustments. Then that can just happen after. And the council could have a policy. You might adopt a policy beforehand of this is what our policy is for now about how this money will be spent. But it's something that could change over time. I would just note, just so the council gets a sense, the ballot question that's going to go to voters if the council moves forward is only can only be 75 words. And in that 75 words, you have to, say what a charter city is. And also by law, you have to say what the rates will be for the real property transfer tax and what the estimated revenue generated will be per year. So there's not a ton of space in the ballot question, at least, that someone looks at when they're actually voting to, detail your list of how this is going to be spent.
Right. So I'm going to approach this a different way so I'm clear. that the two areas that were identified are really examples, capital needs and OPEB. They're really examples in the presentation. And the council can choose to allot the funds that will be generated through this tax in any other way if it is a general tax. And that's when we get into whether we need 50% or more or 2/3 of the voting. Okay.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
If I might add, that's the approach that the city took for the two Measure X local sales tax. Is their general taxes, so the city council appropriates those funds on an annual basis and can use them for any appropriate legitimate government activity.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Uban. I'm obviously also very glad that you represent our city in terms of transportation, and you know through your work that you're doing with the city and representing the city how important and what the needs of our roads and transportations are in the city of Pinole. You know the fiscal impact and how much we need to move forward and how it's important to us for us to position ourselves. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Uban. I have a few questions, then I will move on to the public, and then I would open it to discussion and direction to the council, from the council to the staff, and 3 questions, 3 directions. Keep it simple. Question number 1, City Manager Murray. We had a UUT tax, which was the user utility tax, that was passed without a sunset in 2018, I believe. November of 2018, the user utility tax was passed, and when we had the discussion, we knew that that user utility tax was covering a percentage of our general fund budget, and we needed that money to cover our budget. Really roughly, can you tell me how much of that percentage it is, and of the general budget roughly?
Yeah, I've actually asked Director Guillory to assemble that information and a forecast of where we think that's heading over the next 5 years.
I'm glad this is the question I was going to ask you. It is how much of a budget is covered by the UUT and what that forecast will be. And will it be one day that will not be enough to cover everything that we need to cover?
Right, so it covers about 8%.
8%, okay.
Annually.
As of when?
Annually.
As of which year?
As of this year and going out over the 5-year span of the long-term financial forecast.
Will that number decrease? Our cost is increasing. Will that 8% decrease over time? Because as the cost increases, that revenue remains constant. So it's not always 8% over the next 10 years.
Right, so that's the average. It's between 7 and 9 because there is a small factor for increasing the UUT as well. So it's not increasing at the rate of expenditures, but there is an increase there as well, even though expenditures are also increasing.
Will that UUT tax be enough to cover our budget for the next 10 to 15 years, or would it be a point where that UUT tax will not be efficient?
To cover, I'm sorry, you said to cover the budget?
Yes.
So I think, I think you're asking whether the share of the city's anticipated general fund expenditure budget that's covered by the UUT is going to decrease over time. And I think, as Director Guillory mentioned, the UUT is generally kind of a stagnant tax. It's not growing at the same rate that our normal expenditures are growing, which is the rate of inflation. So over time, the UUT will cover less and less of the city's general fund expenditures. But there are, the general fund is composed of all sorts of general taxes, including property, sales, transient occupancy, and others. So we don't really, those all go into one big general fund, and those are collectively used to cover our expenditures. So we don't really think about the specific expenditures that are covered by the UUT and whether they will be enough to continue to cover those specific expenditures over time. We just, the different revenue sources move in different ways. And generally, the UUT is not growing at the rate that our expenditures are growing. So we'll be covering a diminishing part of our budget over time.
Thank you. This was the question. Thank you, both of you. The next question I have, it's we had the discussion in terms of what it would take for us to fix our roads in the city here. If we were to pave everything, I keep receiving emails from citizens who live on CMS, people who live on Deutsch, asking us to fix the state of the road. And the study that came back recently to us was, is that correct that we are in need of $40 to $50 million to be able to fix everything?
Yeah, so we periodically get an assessment of our roads. There's a planning tool that MTC provides to all Bay Area cities, and I believe that the most recent $40 million of unfunded needs to bring it up to a certain condition. Cities can make decisions about what condition they think is appropriate for their roads, but yeah, that's the ballpark of what's needed for our roads. And of course, the city has all sorts of capital assets. We have our storm drain system, we have our city buildings and others, sidewalks. So we have a pretty significant deferred capital liability.
Thank you. Do we have the money today? I know the answer, but I just want you to state it. Do we have the money to be able to fund those as of today?
So the city council gets to decide what the service level and condition it wants of its city facilities, but if it wants them to be at an average level of comparable cities, no, we don't have the funding today. So as was said in the staff report, the city is forecast to have a structurally balanced budget for the next 5 years. That means that our revenues are expected to meet our operating expenditure needs if we hold our staffing and service levels roughly the same. But our existing revenue sources are not expected to be sufficient to fund our unfunded capital needs or OPEB liability. And so if the city council and the community would like to see the city improve the capital assets or start to pay down the unfunded OPEB liability, then we'll need some additional revenue.
I think fixing roads, it's ultimately improving the value of our real estate at the same time. The next question I have, city manager, is, or city attorney cashier. I've had some members of the public coming to me and asking if the city of Pinole may be excluded from loans, federal loans and state loans or grants by shifting from being a general law city to a charter city. Are we going to be excluded by any means?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No. So just by virtue of the fact that the city of Pinole were to possibly become a charter city, that would not in any way jeopardize our ability to receive any state or federal funding. I should note that there are things that charter cities can do. For example, adjusting the their compliance and with the public contract code and some of their bidding requirements that could conflict with some of the requirements for federal funding. But if what's being proposed, just a change to the real property transfer tax and becoming a charter city, would have no impact on our ability to receive federal or state funding.
Thank you. For us to be able to put it in a November ballot, we need to keep it simple, correct? Meaning that if we were to move forward, we would have to keep the language of the charter city as operating like a general law city with the exception of the real estate transfer tax. Can you please confirm?
Well, the timing is the same either way, and it just, there's no restriction on making it more complicated. There's just less time for the council to talk through those issues.
To keep it simple will be to keep it as it is and make a few modifications related to the real estate transfer tax. And when I say as it is, it's like operating like a general law city with the exception of the real estate transfer tax, to keep it simple, to be able to move forward in an efficient way, correct?
That would certainly be simple. I don't want to limit what the council could do. If the council directed us to do more, that's possible as well. But yes, doing only the real estate transfer tax is the simplest.
That's the simplest, okay. And the next item I would like to ask you is there a correlation between cities being poorly managed and becoming a charter city?
That's not a question I can answer.
Okay, so
don't know.
The effectiveness of the charter city has nothing to do with the effectiveness of the operating of city has nothing to do with being a charter city or a general law city. It's just the decisions that the council members and the city staff are making. Okay, and the next question is, if it's so, why do you think other cities are not doing it? If it's as simple as keeping it a general law city, becoming a charter city, and just increasing the real estate transfer tax, which will generate a lot of money. Why are we just limited to a few cities doing it? Why are they not all doing it if it's so great?
Well, I would say that, you'd have to ask the other cities. I would say that the trends are showing that more and more cities are doing it, as, Marquisha touched on, in the Bay Area, more cities are becoming charter cities recently than have done so in the past. And I can't, don't want to speculate as to why some cities do and why some cities don't.
I hear you. That concludes my question. Thank you so much for answering those questions. I will then move on to the member of the public and ask if we have any citizen who wish to talk tonight, please.
Yes, we'll start with Rafael Menes.
Greetings again. My apologies if I appear somewhat weary. I think we've gotten to hour 5 of tonight's meeting, where we get to public comment. I'd like to suggest that despite the benefits of simplicity in putting this item on the ballot, that the council consider not just the real property transfer tax, but also adopting some of the other items that the National Civic League has placed in their Model City Charter. You can find their website at nationalcivicleague.org. They've recently released their 9th edition. And they note that there are significant benefits to, one, creating a process where the public can place items on the ballot directly by initiative or referenda to repeal items in the city that they disapprove of, as opposed to currently where I believe that's primarily limited to taxation measures. Secondly, with regards to elections, I believe that the city could potentially use ranked choice voting in elections if it were to choose to become a charter city as a clause, and that would benefit the city by allowing for individuals that, encouraging individuals seeking public office to build broader coalitions, because the way that ranked choice voting works, you don't necessarily want to go hard on attacking your opponents because some of their voters might be disinclined to list you as lower down on their list if you're going after them. Thirdly, I note that I believe the League of California Cities put out something called Foundational Aspects of Charter Cities, Albuquerque 3, and they said that the common areas are explicitly regulated in a charter are but dated conduct of city elections, form of government, budget adoption, constitution regulation, government of the local police force, as well as about 7 or 8 other items. But I think it would be worthwhile to consider that so far this process has been a relatively top-down process. The council says, we want to focus on this one very specific thing. There's very limited opportunities for community input. This isn't being done by the whole citizens commission to generate the charter thing. This is a top-down thing with limited opportunities for civic engagement. So I think that having further engagement would be advisable. And finally, with regards to the pollster, the benefit that having polling done gives is it allows for a different kind of data that the city has. We can hear from members of the public at council meetings, but it's not a random representative selection. It's people who can wait for 5 hours to speak on a topic, which is not necessarily going to be everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, City Assistant Attorney Mark. I just want to clarify that if we were to become a charter city and the charter is adopted, any modification to the charter will require the vote of the public. It's not something that the council can do, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify that to our public. Thank you. Next citizen who wish to talk, please.
Yes, Mayor Cordell Henler.
Good evening again, Mayor Salini, Council. My name is Cordell Henler, I'm a Richmond resident. So some of the things that I was going to mention is, and I think Raphael did a terrific job, you know, waiting 5 hours to hear this particular item, I figured that I think it's worthwhile, but that's one. But then the other idea was like, you know, if you do consider like, you know, a charter city, and I will let the record reflect that I know the city of El Cerrito is a charter city, and they did have a subcommittee at the time to go over to review the draft charter, and I'm thinking that that's one possibility. And I said then, and as far as like like engagement process, I'm thinking that having like two publications, like one in June and one in July, I think that sounds appropriate because if you want to put this on the ballot, you gotta get community input on this because they may not want to be a charter city because it's just thinking about you want to bring in some revenue, and being a charter city, it has its benefits, it also has its disadvantages. So I'm thinking that's something, if the council wants to consider it in that direction, we just have to, but on the other hand, you have to figure out, oh shoot, I just said it. I would just consider, the pros and cons about this, and I'll just leave it at that. That's it.
Thank you, sir. I think next person who wish to talk is Mr. Villon. Good evening.
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Long.
Good evening. Making a decision regarding Pinole becoming a charter city without direct face-to-face input from citizens is not only disrespectful, it's wrong. Something this important should not be lumped into one agenda. It should be its own meeting, either by special meeting or town hall. It's my understanding that you want to become a charter city solely for the purpose of being a tax mechanism and increasing taxes, more specifically hiking taxes on homeowners when they go to sell their homes. But we all know with the powers of a charter city, this would only be the beginning of additional taxes. I find it ironic that you have allowed the planning department to remove a commercial property in the Fitzgerald Shopping Center to become a residential apartment and therefore reduce a tax revenue source for the city. But yet you want to change Pinole to a charter city for the sole reason of raising taxes on homeowners. And keep in mind that Pinole is largely a population of working middle class and retired individuals. In most cases, the money they have in their homes equates to their life savings, and now under the guise of a charter city, you want to swoop in and claim a large portion of their equity without having put in any of the risk or work in the purchase of the upkeep of their home. And you did not engage one of the target stakeholders in the city, namely the realtors and the brokers. The cost of houses and housing is continuing to rise. Adding another tax burden to the seller will not improve the affordability of homes. While this tax may not be a shared burden between the buyer and seller, it won't change the fact that the new tax will have an adverse on sales and the financial well-being of the homeowners who depend upon every dime they get in times of rising inflation, the likes that we have never seen before. Now is not the time to add more of a tax burden to homeowners. A few years back, El Cerrito changed to a charter city because they were on the verge of bankruptcy. From what is reported, more tax revenue did nothing to substantially improve their financial position of the city. It only allowed them to continue to spend more. As I recall, the current city manager did an evaluation of the financial health of the Pinole in the past. I believe he estimated that within 5 years or so, Pinole would have millions of dollars to spend that had not been budgeted. So why is there a necessity to make Pinole a charter city for the sole purpose of increasing taxes? Well, I believe it is apparent that I am totally opposed to the charter city, and there are many more reasons besides your ability to raise taxes. I am more opposed that this discussion is taking place outside of the council chambers. Open up the city, and then we can all discuss the pros and cons as should be afforded by democracy. Please consider holding any decision over until the meeting is fully open to engage the public. Because you're on a tight schedule doesn't mean the public should be shortchanged on their ability to respond. And I'd also like to say that...
Go ahead, let her finish, please. Let Ms. Debbie Long finish what she has to say, if you don't mind. Let her finish her sentence, please.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Long.
Ms. Long, please go ahead. Will it be sentence?
I thought I had that the city of Hercules is estimating 130,000 versus 30,000 for a public poll.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tony G.
I'm sorry, I think I was muted. Hello, everyone. I have a couple questions. One has to do with the tax itself, and one has to do with the charter city. Mayor Salimi somewhat alluded to it, and I'm concerned about it. At the time of sale, anything is negotiable. Whoever pays the closing costs, et cetera, et cetera. But what I wanted to know, based on history, based on the research that you've done, Mr. Mock, who is typically paying for the tax on a real estate transaction in the real world?
There isn't really a standard. I think it differs from county to county and from depending on the circumstances of the housing market at the time. I think it's pretty common in Contra Costa County now for it to be split 50-50.
Okay. I did a quick back of the envelope calculation. Assuming it's $12, if I were to sell my home for $800,000, that would be $9,600, just as a real life example to make it real for everyone listening. I think Mayor Salimi tried to make this point, but I think it's easier to look at with a real number. 9,600 compared to 800,000, it's not exactly a drop in the bucket, but it's not that big of a deal. The other thing I had the question about had to do with the actual charter city. I do see the benefit of this particular aspect of a charter city, but does the charter city give unlimited powers? Are there any disadvantages of being a charter city?
Through the chair, the charter could be as broad or as narrow as the council decides when it puts it on the ballot. So it could be very narrow to only be for this item, or it could be drafted broader to allow the city to exercise different powers. Ultimately, whatever the council decides to put forward would need to be approved by the voters.
So, for example, I like to take limits when X goes to infinity. So, for example, if Mayor Salimi wanted to say, I want a charter that says I will be mayor for life, would that be something that would be possible to be written into a charter?
No, that would violate the California Constitution. So that is not something that could be in the charter.
So the Constitution is our guideline then?
Yes, the charter still needs to apply to the state. It's still subject to the state and federal constitutions.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Peter Murray.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for letting me speak on this matter. I've spoken on it previously. It's one of my passions as a former council member, that it go to the people. I don't support the tax. I believe it's kind of a punitive tax in the way that it's calculated. I've sold a piece of property in the county, and the comment to me was that this is on you, the seller. And then it becomes once everybody knows that it's on the seller, there's no real incentive for the buyer to even talk to you anymore about it. And that is the way that it was recently presented to me. So I just want to say that in regards to that. And as I said, it was punitive tax. There's no value added to the seller. I mean, the seller's not getting anything from that point on, as he travels down the road. Let's just say a senior sells their house and is counting on the money to take care of him the rest of his life, and senior living or something of that nature. And there's no value, this tax brings to him in order to accomplish that. I had a question: do we absolutely need to be a charter city to expand the real estate property transfer tax? Can it be done by vote outside of a charter city? And then let me finish up what I would like to say. The question kind of arose in my mind after hearing the comments tonight about what are the average legal services, the cost for those per year that a city would incur if everybody, every time there was a piece of action taken by the council, it was challenged by the citizens. I mean, that's not factored into the costs of your budget as today as it stands, but would be going down the road. And then if you're going to draft this, a letter to the community, talking about this, I kind of think that that the legal services, not the legal services, but the services provided by a consultant and or pollster needs to be unbiased. It's in the paper every day about how the cities use biased information and getting it out to the public. So that's one comment I think that needs to be adhered to. And then, a city providing a draft prior to the outcome of the election is really kind of a wasted expense. So with that, I'll conclude. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you for your comments. Can we please have staff answer Mr. Murray questions first?
Yeah, and so the first question was whether the real property transfer tax could be voted on without becoming a charter city, and that answer is no. Only charter cities have that authority. And I think there was a second question just about the expenses related to voters having the ability to challenge what the council does after the city becomes a charter, if the city becomes a charter city. And that would not change at all from now. The city voters have the ability now to referendum any legislative act of the city or to qualify initiatives right now as a general law city. So the authority of the voters to do that would not change at all. It wouldn't increase or decrease if the city became a charter city.
Thank you. Then we have the comment from Ms. Debbie Long. I just want to remind everybody that we will be resuming in public meetings starting March 15. And let's see what else she said here. I think that's it. She has other comments, but I'll be getting back to you, Ms. Long, and we can have a discussion on the other item. Then I will turn it back to City Council for discussion, please. One point of clarification, I just want to state that both the city manager, Andre Marie, and I had a conversation with the Real Estate Association, Miss Heather Schiffman, before the meeting. Andrew Murray, can you confirm? I had a conversation with her on Friday, and I don't know if you had a conversation with her as well.
Yeah, I did. I talked with Contra Costa County Association of Realtors Government Affairs Representative Heather Schiffman about the council's deliberation and consideration of a real estate transfer tax. Correct.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
Okay, so now I'm curious what the outcome of those conversations were. I mean, okay, you had a conversation, so what came of it? So that's one question. And then, but before you get into that, because there's been mention of who is responsible for this transfer tax, seller, buyer, just want to clarify something and make sure that we come away all with the same understanding. Also because of something that Mayor Salini said, who pays the tax? Is that something that that is the purview of the council? My thinking is it's not. Whether there's a negotiation between buyer and seller, that is on them. What we're interested in is that the tax in that transfer be received by the city. Two different things. So can you please help us sort that out?
Yes, who pays the tax, and what was the outcome of the conversation? So, who pays the tax, please?
Who pays the tax? The council the measure could specify who's ultimately responsible for paying the tax, but money is, transferable. So in the negotiation, someone can simply agree to pay the tax on behalf of someone else as part of, negotiation. And I defer to the city manager on his conversation.
Sure. So the realtors are an interested set of stakeholders in this discussion. If I recall correctly, so I arrived in the city of Pinole in January 2020. At that time, the city council was also considering whether to move forward with the real estate transfer tax. At that time, we were contacted by the Realtors Association. My understanding is that they have a general policy of opposing real estate transfer taxes because anything that adds to the overall cost of a purchase and sale of a new home, might have a negative impact on the sales of homes. So that's, I think that's their basic talking point. We talked about some of the city's unfunded needs, and that was updated her on where the city council is in the process of its deliberations now, and that's the gist of the conversation.
Please go ahead, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. I think thank you, City Manager Murray, for that summary of your conversation with the Realtor rep. We overlapped on something, Mayor Salimi, and so I didn't entirely hear what Assistant City Attorney Mogg said about the responsibility of who pays what, and I just, again, want to be clear on that. What I heard was that the transfer of money is fluid, so whatever discussions or negotiations actually happen between buyer and seller, can happen however they do. A different way of asking this is really what is the purview of the council to have any say-so as to how those negotiations occur?
The city can't control how those negotiations go.
Cannot.
Cannot.
Thank you. That was my understanding. So we're really regardless of who pays what in this transfer tax or the amount, what the city is discussing now is the interest in having a transfer tax of an amount higher than what it currently receives. One, be higher, amount to be determined, and then we would continue to receive it. We receive that tax already. Right? We receive it. It's just that it's such a low amount relative to what we need that that's what we're discussing. One thing. And then the other is the mechanism of that transfer is going to be the same whether this, whether we undertake the process of putting it on the measure ballot or not. It's the amount that we're really talking about that is an issue on the ballot. And then the use of that additional amount in a tax, that's for further discussion. Did I get that right?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Takes me a little while, but I'll get there. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Councilmember Tave?
Yeah, ultimately, I believe that this is, what we're deciding here tonight is whether we put this in front of our voters. In my opinion, the RPTT, other cities have had an advantage, a competitive advantage by having this. When the economy goes up, homes are bought and sold. The city makes more money, a lot more money on this RPTT than Pinole, most of our surrounding cities. So we have to consider this. We've mentioned this before, the last few times that it was brought up, that ultimately this is something that's got to go before our voters. If they vote for it, that's up to them. If they vote it down, that's up to them. But I think that it's up to this council to modernize. I mean, this is a 21st century tax that's out there, and we have to consider it, in my opinion, only because this is a regulating tax, meaning that when the economy goes up, the city is pulling in resources to help support that. When the economy goes down, the city is pulling in resources to help support whatever outcomes are coming out of a declining economy. I think this helps regulate that ebb and flow that happens in the market. If you're in your forever home, you're never going to see this tax, and you transfer it to your children, you're never going to see this tax. So when I hear people say that, oh, this is a way to tax people, I think we have to look at this objectively as a council. I don't think that, and ultimately let our voters decide. I mean, I'm in favor of moving this forward, and I'm going to make a motion if there's no other comments, but I'm just throwing these concepts out as my beliefs to hopefully stimulate discussion and really just kind of center in on moving this forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Tate. Great comments. I just want to give the opportunity to the rest of the council to express themselves before we move forward, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. If we were to move forward on getting a pollster tonight, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're moving forward on putting this on the ballot. It's my understanding that that decision wouldn't be made until there's a public hearing. So for instance, if we move forward on getting, do some polling, and say the polling is pretty negative, where maybe we don't want to invest that much money on, putting this on the ballot. We're not deciding that tonight. Do I have that understanding correct?
Yes, that's correct. There, by law, would be at least 3 more meetings about this topic before it's placed on the ballot. Only at the 3rd meeting could the council vote to formally place it on the ballot.
Okay, my thought right now is to, go ahead and do the polling. I'm not convinced that, the charter city is the way to go, and the increased transfer tax is the way to go. But, I do want to hear from the public. I would like to see if we can schedule, perhaps that public hearing is a public hearing that only has this on the agenda, so that people don't have to wait around for 5 hours, and we get some real in person by then feedback from the public. So I'd be willing to move forward on the polling piece of it.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Any other comments, please? None? Councilmember Thomas, do you have any other comments? The opportunity to Mayor Pro Tem. Murphy, please go ahead.
Oh, I didn't have my hand raised.
Okay. I will. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, do you have another comment, please?
Just to emphasize that there will be opportunities for the public to comment on this, and for those members of the public whom we don't ordinarily hear, but who may believe that this is a tax that affects them disproportionately to other members of the public. Yes, that is so, because it's someone who's in a position to sell their home, or by necessity is selling their home, that's going to be affected. I kind of chuckled at the term "forever home" because I think of forever home for my pet, right? But I'll take that. I think what Councilmember Tate was implying was that for someone who foresees staying in a home, or really who foresees not selling, this won't affect them. But along with the discussions to be had, I'd like to get a sense of how many people we're talking about. I think there was an estimate of that based on the amount expected over a certain period of time. I think there was a slide about that. If I can see that again, please, we can see that again. I just want to double check that we had information based on whether it was in the past, retrospective, or whether.
Yeah, I think it was 1.5 million, and it was the slides showed 2.3 million, and then the finance director corrected it to 1.5 per year. I think it's the previous slides, like two before that one.
1.5 per year anticipated.
The slide shows 2.3, I believe, but the finance director corrected it to 1.5 per year.
Yes, the 1.5 would have been the average over the last 10 years.
Okay, over the last 10 years, and who knows whether that average last 10 years is going to look like the future 10 years, right? But we kind of have a sense that maybe there might be similarities there, and that takes into account that there will be the lower yield and then the higher yield, and also perhaps the sale of properties in the same, in a decade into the future may or may not be the same as. There are all these unknowns, right? But I think the point of even showing that is that we have lost money, and that or lost tax revenue, and that we're looking forward to receiving some, subject to the changes in the market, and that's how things go. Unfortunately, or maybe it is due to changes in the market, we also see increasing cost overall in city services. And so I see this mechanism as one possible source of revenue. I think what we need to also make clear to the public is that we're not counting on funds in such a volume that we're going to take care of our streets, because I think that's often the example given. It's just one mechanism, and I foresee that we will be having more discussions that will complement this approach to generating more revenue when we receive additional information because of that economic development strategy that's being worked on by a consultant to help us also identify other means of generating revenue. So two things.
Thank you.
Whatever yield, it's not gonna satisfy everything that we need for the city. Definitely now we're looking at one way of generating some extra funding. And yes, it's going to affect people disproportionately. And in a way, something that we haven't covered is that people who are going to be selling their homes, and we think that they are that segment of the community which is in their retirement or later years, that we really need to make an effort to have people come who would be affected in that age bracket. Because I think one member comment, and we can't ignore it, that there will be some people who are in their later years are counting on these funds, and we can't ignore that. But we would like to hear from them. I'm sure we would. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. I just want to make a few comments, and we'll proceed with the vote, and I will get back to you, Councilmember Tate, shortly. According to Redfin and Zillow website, home values are projected to increase by another 12% in 1 year. We love our real estate association, and we love to increase the value of our real estate in the city of Pinole, and we are pro-business. My background before construction management was in real estate. I was a real estate agent. This is how I financed my my way through college. I own real estate here in Pinole, and I own other pieces of real estate in other part of the county. Let's face it, nobody really likes to pay nobody likes to pay taxes, but we have to be responsible. I like to live in a society where everything will be free, but I would let you know that I have to make sure that in order for me to pay for your retirement when you'll be retired, in order for me to pay for the Social Security that will maintain your retirement, that you're retiring at the age of 70 years old, I need a road that takes me to work. If I don't have road, I cannot go to work. If I don't have road, you cannot get your retirement that you worked for so many years. This is not about us against you, it's about us and how we want to move forward. One of the issues that we have in politics is we are always running behind. We are making decisions always about fixing a road, taking a study that is 50 years old, and by the time the project is funded and the road is built, the study is already 70 years old, and we are building something that we don't need. What I'm offering us right now is just to be ahead of our time and moving forward in a situation that Pinole can position himself to be successful for the next 10 to 30 years. I have to thank the previous council for all the work they have done to make us be where we are. But we also have to think about what the future of Pinole needs to be and how we want to move forward so that we get to pay for the services that we need. And this is being responsible. This is about making the right decision at the right time. This is about the opportunity cost of us being ahead of time. Would I have done that decision 10 years ago, we would have been $15 million ahead. Would I have made that decision back in 2000 at the rate of 1.5 million. In 2008, if we had made a decision in 2008, we would have had an extra $12 million. That $12 million would have helped us during the Great Recession of 2008. Would have done it earlier, would have been even more money. I think it's a decision for us to know where we want to be in the next 20, 30 years. And this decision is not just for the people that are retiring. This is a decision we have to be making for ourselves and for our grandchildren and for our children. How we can move forward so that we have enough money to be successful in the future. Because everything is raising. Inflation in January of 2022 compared to January of 2021 increased by 7%. That's huge. And if we continue with that rate of inflation, we would not be able to afford the services that we are providing right now. And the Federal Reserve is expecting to increase their interest rates 11 times in 2023. So we have to make the decision that will make us be successful. And Councilmember Tafe, I would like to move on into making decisions, and I don't know if you have any other comments right now.
I'm sorry, say that again, Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
No, yeah. Can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, no, I think this is a sustainable revenue source that we have to consider. I'm prepared to make a motion to move forward with items 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, let's move on to item number 1. Let's make them one item at a time just to make sure. Should the city proceed with considering a measure to become a charter city and enact a real estate RPTT? That's the first. Can you make a motion on that one and then we'll vote on it?
Sure. I'll motion for item 1. Should the city proceed with considering a measure to become a charter city and enact a new RPTT?
So the motion is, yes, the city should proceed with considering a measure to become a charter city and enact a new RPTT. That's the motion that you're placing, correct?
Yes.
Not a question, but just a statement. Thank you. Can I have a second?
A second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Go ahead. You have a question. You have your hand raised.
I clicked on the wrong button.
Okay, sorry.
That's a yes.
You said yes. Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excellent. Thank you. Item number 2, Councilmember Tate, would you like to continue?
Yeah, I'll motion to approve a pollster and a consultant be retained regarding the RPTT and becoming a charter city.
A second? Any second here?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Tate, would you like to continue with number 3?
Yeah, I'll motion to have staff prepare a draft charter for review. But one question I did have as far as discussion was we would be seeing like what the timeline would be for this draft. If you could just comment really quickly in discussion. So I'll motion for staff to prepare a draft charter for review, but I'd like to hear from staff what that timeline looks like.
Okay, we have a motion. Any second, we'll let the city attorney to answer. Any second? Seconded by Martinez, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. City Attorney Eric Asher or Assistant City Attorney Alex Van, please go ahead.
We could prepare a draft relatively quickly. I guess I would defer to the council whether you want to see a draft, soon or to wait until polling comes back, which, will take a longer timeline.
This is a question to the council. I guess we have a motion and a second and question here. Councilmember Toms, please go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to see it come back when we have polling. That way we can have a meeting, and I would request that we have a standalone meeting, a special meeting to discuss it.
Is that a friendly amendment? Can we take that in there?
I'm not sure if we need to have an amendment.
Okay.
I hear you. I have a question here. Should the city prepare a draft charter for review? And just want to clarify here, the charter review that we will be drafting will be operating as a general law city, with the exception of having the real estate transfer tax. Is that correct?
That is, yes, how we.
That is correct. So how is that draft going to be different depending on what the result of the pollster be? It's not going to be any different.
It's not. It's a question of whether the council wants to wait to discuss the draft charter until it also gets the results of the polling, or have one meeting to discuss both things, or separate them into 2 items.
I will assume that there will be Councilmember Thompson. Go ahead.
Yeah. If, for instance, if polling comes back that only 10% of the people polled are interested in supporting a tax, then I'm probably not likely to want to approve a draft charter and have it go through. So it's kind of putting the cart before the horse. I want to, yes, I know it would be easy to approve a draft charter. It's just I may not want to take action on it until I know that there's community support.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying. How much time would you require to put a draft charter?
We could do it very quickly, but polling will take probably, if that's what you want. We could have a draft charter for the next meeting, if that's what.
How much work hours would it take to put a draft charter? Is the question.
Less than 10.
less than 10 hours. So let's say a certain alternate fee is at $400 an hour. 10 hours would be for $4,000 of city money, roughly. I'm just being rough here, or even more. Let's say, but the consultant poster and will be more than that specific amount, Councilmember Thomas. So I don't see why, if we were to wait before or after, I don't see a significant cost difference, knowing that the poster will cost us around $30,000 to $40,000.
Right, but if it's a matter of approving a draft charter, and then will there be another time where we approve putting this on the ballot, or would we be approving a draft charter and having it go on the ballot without having the polling information?
I guess, go ahead.
There will need to be, the 2 public hearings and the final action. So there will be the draft charter will be before the council multiple times, regardless of which path is chosen for the initial consideration.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that I don't know what the cost will be associated, so I don't want to publicly state one specific cost until we don't have it. So I want to clarify. Councilmember Martinez, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, back to trying to understand what we're doing. So, with this and the order of getting polling information, then drafting something. Have we decided that we want this charter to have the one exception, everything the same except the one exception, the power to enact this transfer tax? Isn't that the language that the pollster would be using to test whether the city residents want that at all?
I'll just hop in. Yeah, so that will be, we're going to work with the consultant who will advise us on the types of questions that we want to present to the voters. And so it'll be a collaborative process, but we're going to be asking, whether or not they'd be interested in becoming a charter city. We'll ask a question about the amount of the real property transfer tax, the different kind of iterations of that. So there'll be a number of different questions that will inform the process.
Right. So back to the order of preparing a draft or polling really doesn't matter too much, because we know the direction we're taking. It's a question of whether the residents are as equally interested in that direction. That's how I'm hearing this.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. The language will be fairly straightforward. I should just mention as well, there'll be a city attorney impartial analysis. There's the ballot language. So there'll be more that needs to get prepared. So the sooner we have some clear direction, it would be beneficial, but it won't take that long to do all of that, assuming that it's very narrow as it's being presented.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. Ruben, thank you, Mr. Casher. We had a motion and a second, and Councilmember Thomas raised a question. So I think at this moment, the order I would roll, if it's fine with you, Councilmember Thomas, I would like to proceed with the roll vote, please. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
I just want to clarify, is staff clear on the motion?
Councilmember Tave, can you please restate your motion?
Yeah, so the motion was for staff to prepare a draft charter for review, where the draft will include the city remaining common law with the modification for the RPPT. Is that?
It's not common law, it's I'm sorry, yes.
Eric, is that good?
Yes, that's clear direction.
That's correct. Seconded by Councilmember Martinez Ruben, Madam, that's correct? Earlier was seconded by Councilmember Martinez Ruben, Madam City Clerk? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That's what I had as well. Councilmember Martinez Ruben?
Okay, just to be clear, general law stating the only exception is the power to enact the transfer tax, yes? Okay, yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Salini?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. That was a big discussion on an important subject matter, and I appreciate your conversation and everybody being here. That will conclude this item. I will move on to the next item here. It's almost 11 o'clock. We have two more items here related to item 12B and 12C. I will ask the City Council if they wish to proceed with those items, or would they like to continue at a different meeting? Because technically speaking, we have to finish at 11. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
I think neighbors, not only people in Pinole, but neighbors also are interested in this, and it's quite late. Don't know how much more we're going to hear that's new. Considering that the chamber will be open for the next meeting, I would suggest deferring this for then and allowing people then to come in and in person ask questions.
Mr. City Manager Murray, are we constrained in terms of schedule to provide directions at this council meeting, or are we allowed to provide it at this different meeting?
It could be continued. We do have the consultants on board, but I'm not sure, but I imagine that they'll be able to reschedule to the next meeting. We're a little constrained for time because some of the preliminary engineering work, next steps are on hold until direction is provided on what design alternative city councils would prefer. But I think it's, given the late hour, I think it would be perfectly acceptable to continue it to another meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Toms.
I was going to say, can we extend the meeting till 11:30 and see how far we can get on 12B? Because I know that there's some residents from Hercules on the line who've been here this whole time.
Yes. I will then ask for a motion to continue after 11 at this moment, please.
I'll move that we go to 11:30.
Any second? Seconded by Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Madam City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Toms?
Yes.
Cave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Salini?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving to item 12B, which is review to design alternatives for replacement of the San Pablo Avenue Bridge over Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad. And tonight we have Ms. Kerr and the consultant who will be making a presentation and asking the City Council to provide directions on two alternatives and move forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, and everyone joining us online and those watching from home. We've been working to advance the San Pablo Avenue Bridge Replacement Project, and we've previously introduced this project to West Contra Costa Transportation Authority, as well as both city councils of Pinole and Hercules. Late last year, we also launched a project website for the project, and on December 8th, we hosted a virtual public workshop to present design alternatives and to answer questions from the members of the public. All of the meetings so far are available for viewing on the project's website, which is www.pinolespabridge.com. I'm mentioning that because there was an error in the URL provided in the staff report, so I definitely want to make that correction. All of the responses to some of the questions that we've received, whether it was at the public meeting or through the life of the project, are posted on the project website and included in the attachment A to the agenda packet. And tonight we will be presenting the same design alternatives that were shared with the public during the public workshop on December 8th. So without further delay, I have the pleasure of introducing our consultant, Jason Jurens with Quincy Engineering, who will lead us into the presentation.
Great, thanks, Misha. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Yes, we can say thank you for your patience and thank you for being here, sir.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for having us tonight. Wanted to talk about the San Pablo Avenue Bridge across the BNSF Railroad, a little bit about the project goal, providing a safe, modern bridge and roadway that enhances and supports multimodal transportation. So project will maintain 4 vehicle lanes across the bridge as is in its current configuration, but there will be a significant enhancement to both bike and pedestrian facilities. So those will be brought up to current standards. So a little bit about the existing bridge. Existing bridge was built in 1938. It's defined structurally deficient by Caltrans. It is eligible for replacement. It was state of the art back in 1938, but as with all infrastructure, it ages and ages out, and there comes a time when all infrastructure needs to be replaced. So a little bit about the project location. To the northeast corner of the city, between the cities of Pinole and Hercules. So the blue line, the heavy blue line on the figure is the city limits. So while the entire existing bridge itself is located within the city of Pinole, there are going to be portions of the project, both in the temporary and the final configuration within the city of Hercules. And so the project team with the city has been working with the city of Hercules so far to work through the specifics of this project development. So a little bit about the site. This is a very challenging project site. We've got a lot of important components in a very compact area. So first and foremost, we've got the BNSF Railroad, which goes under the existing bridge. It's crossing at that high skew. We would traditionally like to have that at a perpendicular crossing. It just makes things a little bit easier because the geometry, the skew is creating quite a bit of difficulty. San Pablo Avenue also very heavily traveled. 4 lanes, 2 in each direction, and so accommodating traffic during construction will be key. Additionally, we do have a City of Hercules public utility easement to the north of the existing bridge. In that easement is a pair of East Bay mud water lines and also a PG&E natural gas transmission line. So utility coordination and potentially avoiding those utilities is key. And then from a right-of-way standpoint, the existing bridge is located within old state right-of-way, which is now city right-of-way, but trying to do what we can to utilize all of that right-of-way is going to be key. So the project development team has developed a pair of, a series of alternatives and has pared it down to these 2 alternatives that we're going to talk about tonight. So this first alternative we want to talk about is the replacement of the existing bridge on its existing alignment. So back in the day when San Pablo Avenue was built, the engineers and planners at the time put the bridge in the best spot. And so placing the new bridge back in its existing location is a natural choice. So you can see the bridge needs just to get a little bit longer. In the red outline that just popped up, that's the existing bridge. What's key about this is while the center line is staying generally in the same location, the bridge edge of deck is getting about 15 feet closer, 15 feet towards the northwest. What's key about that is that even though the bridge is getting wider, the white line or the edge of travel way where the vehicles are traveling is generally staying in the same direction. So the existing bridge is 62 feet wide. The new bridge will be 82 feet wide. That additional width is due to the enhancements to the shoulders, so a little bit wider shoulders, and also to a pedestrian path that is there just on the northwest side. So the existing bridge is about 215 feet from the closest house that is off of Skelly. And so with this alternative, that 215 feet is going to be pared down to about 200 feet. So in order to construct the bridge on this existing alignment, we have to accommodate traffic on San Pablo Avenue. And so in order to do that, we are suggesting a detour be constructed. The best spot for the detour is on the north side, the northwest side of the existing bridge. The detour will be a 2-lane detour. And it will skirt along the City of Hercules PUE, slightly onto the private parcels that are off of Skelly, but certainly down the slope. And then a temporary bridge will be installed across the BNSF railroad. And so this construction will occur prior to the San Pablo Avenue Bridge being demolished. Once this detour is in place, traffic will be switched over, existing bridge will be demolished, new bridge built in its place, traffic switched over onto the new bridge, and then the detour taken out of service. As I mentioned, we do have those large diameter utilities within the public utility easement. We have started conversations with PG&E regarding potential impacts and potential planning to make sure that the two projects or the bridge replacement project is coordinated with the existing utility. So in this case, as I mentioned, the permanent bridge is going to get about 15 feet closer to the houses. In the detour configuration, the edge of the detour is going to be about 100 feet from the backs of the houses. And so this would be a short-term impact during construction. Construction is anticipated to last about 18 to 24 months. So relatively short duration of construction to have the final bridge back in its original location. So the second alternative that we're developing is to replace the bridge parallel to the existing bridge. And in order to accommodate that, we would reduce the traffic on San Pablo Avenue. It would remain 4 lanes, but we would use every inch pretty much of the existing bridge to move traffic off to the south. And then we would demo a portion of the existing bridge so that we could really nestle in the new bridge really close to the existing bridge. And so with that, we do have better traffic operations during construction, but as you can see, the edge of the deck of this alternative and the permanent condition gets closer to the houses off of Skelly. We additionally have impacts to the utilities within the City of Hercules public utility easement that would need to be accommodated. So this alternative definitely has better from a traffic standpoint, but is certainly worse from an overall impact standpoint. So we went through a cost exercise, develop alternative costs. And so alternative 1, placing the bridge on the existing alignment, came in at around 29 million. While alternative 2 comes in at around 36 million. You can see that on alternative 2, because of the location we're placing the bridge has got to get a little bit longer. And so the cost is going up significantly because we're fighting the skew a little bit more. Additionally, on the utility relocation side, because we're likely to have to relocate some utilities as a project cost within that PUE, we've got significant utility costs, and that is not including the logistics of working with East Bay Mud and PG&E to get those relocated. So definitely a expensive project. So currently, $16.8 million total is programmed for the project via the initial programming that was done back in 2015. So 14.8 million of that are federally funded highway bridge program replacement dollars. So those are FHWA, Federal Highway Administration dollars that are administered down through Caltrans. $1.9 million has been identified from the local match. The local match that is secured to date is $1.6 million through WICTAC's STMP program, and then $387,000 through CCTA's Measure J. So comparing dollars program back in 2015 versus what the current cost estimates are, a project funding gap still exists. So moving towards making an alternative recommendation, we went through an informal value analysis study. We took a look at a series of criteria based on the constraints, and the project development team determined that right-of-way traffic, utility impacts, and construction duration were the four most important items to consider during the selection of alternative. So we went through and we assigned a share of importance to each of those four items, right away being the most important, and then in this case, construction duration being the least important. So then we went through and compared each alternative against each other and gave it a qualitative score. And so, for example, on the right-of-way side, it's got a 40% weighting. Alternative 1, with its bridge in its existing right-of-way, scored very high with regards to right-of-way impacts, whereas Alternative 2 scored lower since a portion of the bridge is going to be in a portion of the City of Hercules public utility easement. So then we went through, did the same thing for traffic, utility impacts, and construction duration, and then determined an overall alternative performance score, with Alternative 1 performing higher than that of Alternative 2. From that standpoint, we took the performance score and then applied the cost to get a value index. And so it's important to note that this value index score, the score itself is not important. What's really important is its score relative to the other alternative. So in this case, Alternative 1, with its higher performance score and its lower cost, resulted in a higher value index score, which indicates that Alternative 1 is the best value based on the criteria and the scoring that was developed by the project development team. So as Misha said, we've gone through public outreach process. We had a public meeting back in December and a handful of meetings before. So there are key concerns. These are just a handful. Those key concerns have been answered on the project website. So I encourage residents and stakeholders to get on the website and work through some of those answers to the key concerns. So next steps, continuing the technical studies, specifically the environmental technical studies, go through a bridge type selection. We have a pretty good idea of what kind of bridge it's going to be. As I mentioned, the project is funded down through Caltrans, and so continue coordination with Caltrans, BNSF. We're going to need an encroachment permit from the railroad. I'm continuing to coordinate with both East Bay Mud, with PG&E specifically on the gas side, and AT&T. And then develop documentation for the overall project with a project report, and then push through to a CEQA and NEPA environmental clearance on the state and federal side. So once those are complete, then we can begin final design and begin with the right-of-way phase. So this is a graphic of the HBP process. So currently we're in the preliminary engineering and environmental phase. Once we receive and get environmental approval, it's at that point that we would go back to the highway bridge program that is administered by Caltrans and look to make up that funding shortfall that we currently have based on updating the scope and updating the construction cost to current dollars. So once environmental's done, as I mentioned, we'll go through and do final design, go through right away, and then get the project out into construction. So from a schedule standpoint, we are, as I mentioned, working through the environmental technical studies. Those should be done sometime late spring, early summer. We're anticipating environmental clearance in late summer to early fall. Once environmental clearance is complete, we can begin the right-of-way acquisition. We're anticipating right-of-way acquisition would take approximately 1 year. During that year of right-of-way acquisition, we would be going through final design. And so as it sits, based on looking at the project schedule, we would advertise the construction project in spring of 2024 and then construct from summer 2024 through likely the spring of 2026. So we're looking at that 18 to 24 month construction duration. So from a staff recommendation standpoint, tonight we want to review the 2 design alternatives for the replacement of the bridge. Staff is recommending that alternative 1 be advanced and authorizing the additional studies specifically on the environmental side and the preparation of the environmental document. And then along with that, begin to develop a memorandum of understanding with the City of Hercules. We've been working with the City of Hercules up to this point, but continuing to engage them and have them be part of the process moving forward through the project development, we believe is key. So with that, be glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Excellent presentation, and thank you for waiting so long. So right now we are waiting, and staff is seeking for direction from accepting alternative number 1 and authorizing staff to draft a memorandum of understanding with the City of Hercules. I will ask the City Council to please limit the questions as we are running out of time, and I will start with Councilmember Tate. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Jason, for the presentation. I could see they turned the lights out on you at the office. Just a quick question. How are we tracking on budget?
Tracking on budget from a design side, from a preliminary engineering side, I think we're doing okay. We're anticipating a budget augmentation coming out of Caltrans through the Highway Bridge Program as we get into final design. We're currently we're only currently scoped for this preliminary engineering phase. From an overall construction standpoint, there's a lot of uncertainty right now in the construction market between inflation and lack of workers. And so we're seeing construction prices continuing to trend northward. The CTC currently is advising folks to use a 2.7% inflation factor year over year. And I think we all know that that's likely not going to be enough over the next handful of years. So what is encouraging is that in the recently passed stimulus bill, there's a specific bridge set aside for California. It's $4.5 billion over the next 5 years. There's still some negotiations on what level of that goes to local agencies like the city and counties versus what portion of it goes to Caltrans. And so we're currently working to finalize our estimates and then request those additional funds from Caltrans.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, thank you for the report. Couple questions. The bike and peds pedestrian facilities on the permanent bridge, are they going to be on both sides of the roadway or just the north side?
So we're going to have an 8-foot shoulder on each side. That will be striped as a Class 2 bikeway. We're only anticipating a 10-foot kind of shared use bicycle and pedestrian facility on the north side. And so our design speed is 25 miles an hour, so it's fairly low speed coming into the north side of the city. And so I could see, pedestrians and then, people with their children on their bikes on this wider sidewalk, and then more of the dedicated bikers, bicyclists would use the Class 2 bike lane that is adjacent to the lanes.
Okay, and then the other question is with alternative one that has the detour temporary bridge, how do you feel about the right-of-way acquisition in working with the railroad on acquiring that right-of-way? Is that going to be a huge roadblock, or, have you done preliminary title reports to figure out, if there's any underlying, property owners that you need to deal with, anything like that?
No, that's a great question. So we've done some preliminary reaching out to the railroad. The railroad does own quite a swath of right-of-way that we're going to be crossing. BNSF's requirements are fairly stringent, and so we do have some design requirements that we need to comply with in order to get our encroachment permit from the railroad. So we are working through that. In looking at the site, putting the bridge back in its current condition is the best for the railroad. There was originally a crossing that was pretty close to the crossing that we're suggesting goes in for the temporary bridge. So at this point, we believe the railroad is going to be open to this alternative.
Okay, thank you.
From a remainder of the right-of-way standpoint, a portion of it is City of Hercules public utility easement. So that's one of the reasons for the MOU. And then additionally, we don't believe any permanent right-of-way will be required from the backs of the parcels that are off of Skelly, but we do anticipate some temporary construction easements off of those parcels. Those parcels are really deep and go quite a ways down the slope, and so but those negotiations, if we do need those property rights, wouldn't take place until after the environmental document has been completed.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez-Ruben.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. On that last point, Mr. Jurgens, right up where I'm to understand it, those parcels you're thinking about private, you'll probably hear more from people, I think members of the public, but I have gotten some calls and emails about the property owners being concerned about how far you're going to reach onto Skelly. So that's on the Hercules side.
Yes. Yep. No, definitely being very mindful of that. And then looking, going through the project development process, I try to put myself in the shoes of those that are, those are the residences. And I think alternative one, the temporary detour, there are some temporary impacts that will occur because of the temporary detour, but ultimately in the long run, with alternative one and the bridge being on its existing alignment, that's going to leave this site most like its current configuration.
Well, thank you for the website dedicated to the project, and that also goes to thank you to Ms. Carr, as well as all the other pieces of information that residents are, they're going to be catching up with the project as it goes. And then also, since this will be a couple years down the road, there will be probably new residents who didn't have an inkling as to how this started. So as long as you keep the information out there for people to really understand why it's a necessity to update this bridge, and also the temporary versus the longer term impacts on them, much better to know. Just be aware of that. Not everyone has the project on top of mind as you do. And so there are gaps between the times when there are some public hearings or the outreach is done to involve the residents who are going to be affected. So thank you for keeping everyone informed as best possible, and also for giving the greatest weight to the right-of-way element as you rate it. And came up with your indices to determine that option one or alternative one is the better one for us to consider. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Well, actually, everyone involved.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Zuben. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Mishra, were you going to add something? No?
No, I just wanted to let you know that we have been working in close coordination with City of Hercules Public Works Director and City Manager, and we may be going to present this to the council if they desire, and there are future public outreach meetings that will happen. As the design progresses further, we'll have more details when the environmental document is complete. So that's all.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem David Murphy.
I don't have any questions now. I'll save my statement.
Okay. Thank you. I have a few questions. If you were to look at the drawing on page 129 out of 153, which is the alternative one, the two-lane temporary bridge, and if you were to look in detail at, yes, go ahead, between station 411 and 412, that section of the road goes very closely to a right-of-way that is adjacent to some property owners located on Skelly. My question to you is, have we reached out to those property owners and are they aware of that specific design?
So we did, the previous Public Works Director did have a meeting specifically with the Hercules by the Bay Homeowners Association. This alternative was presented at the public webinar based in, back in December. So far, individual conversations with those landowners have not happened specifically since then. We have received some questions and some concerns. Some of them are centered around noise and potential short-term impacts during construction, but we anticipate a greater outreach with those residences as we move forward.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our question. I would then open it to the public, please. Madam City Clerk, any member of the public who wish to talk? It's 8:21 City Council. It's 11:21. We have 2 hands raised. We believe it will take us 3-6. It will be 11:28. I would ask for City Council to extend the meeting.
I move to extend to midnight.
Second. Roll call. I will do a roll call before we open the public to speak, please. Councilmember
Martinez-Rubin, sorry about that. Mayor?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem
Yes.
Mayor Salimi?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Good evening. The first citizen who wishes to talk tonight, her name is Sherry. Is that what we have?
Yes, we have Sherry. Go ahead, Sherry.
Can you please state your name, city of residence, and topic?
Hi, my name is Sherry Kendall, and I am a resident of the city of Hercules. I actually live on Skelly, and the project that is being proposed for the bridge placement will definitely affect my property. One of the questions that I have, I do understand you guys will, be reaching out through the city of Hercules through an outreach program to work with owners. I don't know why this didn't happen previously, though. Yes, there was the meeting in December, but I don't think enough people were actually reached out to so that they can and will participate. One specific question I have is the new height or the height of the replacement bridge. Is that height going to be taller than what is out there today? And you said that it's definitely going to be moving the replacement bridge 100 feet closer to the rear yards on Skelly. So I'm assuming that the bridge will be taller than the existing bridge today, which means it'll be lateral to our properties? And are there any possibilities of putting up any type of noise abatement material, like maybe walls up against the new bridge, so that we aren't look out our backyards at traffic going constantly up and down San Pablo Avenue? Or is it just going to be an open where people looking out their cars can look into our backyards, and we in our backyards can look at people in their cars?
Thank you, ma'am. A few questions were raised. I will give you the opportunity just to answer those questions. So one was related to the outreach, the height, the noise abatement, and the view, I believe. Those are the questions.
So with alternative one, the temporary alignment would be getting closer to the backyards in a temporary condition, but the permanent bridge would be getting slightly closer, so approximately 15 feet. So the bridge laterally is getting a little bit closer. So right now it's about 215 feet or so from the closest backyard. So in the after condition, it'll be about 200 feet. From an overall height standpoint, we are having to raise the level of the bridge. It's looking approximately in the 5-foot range. The bridge is going to have to get higher, and that's being dictated by BNSF. The current bridge is around 5 feet low based on current BNSF requirements. And in our initial conversations with BNSF, the vertical clearance over the top of the railroad tracks to the bottom of the new bridge is not a standard that they will allow a variance. So that is pretty set. So I guess in summary, the bridge is getting a little bit closer. Cars are going to generally stay the same distance away from the backs of the houses, and the bridge deck is going to get slightly taller in that 5-foot range. From a barrier standpoint, in this situation, we typically would have a bridge barrier and then a railroad, likely a decorative fence. There's requirements over the railroad, so people aren't throwing stuff over onto the train, onto the train tracks. But as we move through the design process, we can determine if a noise barrier is needed. We likely will be utilizing a temporary noise barrier on the temporary detour, though. That is a feature that we are likely going to have.
Thank you. Just the next citizen who wishes to talk, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, Bob Antaki.
Good evening. Can you please state your name, city of residence, and topic of discussion?
Hi, my name is Bob Antaki. I live in Hercules on Skelly, also at the last house at the end of Skelly. Just a couple things there, and small and a bigger one, but right now I can hear a lot of road traffic in my backyard and in front of my house too, on the street. So I'm concerned about the raising of the height of the permanent bridge. And I also can see like the tops of trucks as they drive by, and I would like to have some kind of barrier to, so when that bridge gets higher, that I won't have to be looking at right into the car windows, as Sherry mentioned. The other thing with the temporary bridge, we're talking about getting close to Skelly, but if you look, the closest house it will be to is a house at the end of Dunham Court. The bridge will go very close to that house, and and even closer to the houses that are on Skelly. And I would like to know if it's possible to take that temporary bridge and put it on the other side of San Pablo Avenue, where it would impact almost no houses, certainly not the 8 or 9 houses on Skelly and a house or two at the end of Dunham Court. And that's the end of my comments there.
Thank you, sir. So the question is, instead of having the route going to the north side, can we have it on the south side?
Yeah, we did look at putting the temporary detour on the south side. This is a situation where the skew is really working against us in this location. The skew of the railroad to the existing road, and then just looking at the slopes, the driveway up to that residence there is a fairly steep driveway. And so in order to get a temporary bridge into that location is going to require significant amount of earthwork. So and a significant amount of impact outside of the city right of way in order to go that direction. And so in our initial layouts, we weren't, it's better on the north side of the bridge, certainly, but then on the south side of the bridge, because of those slopes, it's worse. And so that's why we selected to put it on the side that we did. But definitely appreciate the comment.
Thank you. That concludes the question of the public, and I will turn it back to City Council for directions. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
Yes, Mayor. I wanted to make the first motion to authorize staff to draft an MOU with the City of Hercules regarding project development and construction coordination.
Thank you. Do we need to have? Do we need to decide the alternative before we can draft the MOU? Yeah, Mr. Mishra.
Yes, I mean it can go hand in hand, but we would like authorization or direction from the council regarding the alternative.
First, and then the MOU. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, would you like to address the alternative before the MOU, please?
Sure. I was actually going to continue my motion to say I would like to continue the item to the next meeting as well, but I was hoping that we can at least see a draft MOU by the next meeting. I didn't think we necessarily need to accept alternative one yet, but I'm happy to withdraw my motion and listen to other council members.
Thank you. Councilmember Thoms. So you're withdrawing your motion, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Councilmember, thank you. Councilmember Thoms.
I would like to move that we accept alternative 1 as the preferred design alternative and authorize conducting additional studies to proceed with preparation of environmental documents and authorize staff to draft an MOU with the City of Hercules regarding the project development and construction coordination, which would need to be approved by the City Council prior to execution.
I'll second.
Roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, you have a question? No?
I don't.
Roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Toms.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Motion carries, and I believe we addressed item 1, 2, and 3. I would like to thank everybody for staying up that late, and we close that item, and I'll move on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening. Item number 12C, received the fiscal year 2021-2022 mid-year financial report and adopt a resolution approving the budget adjustments, and approve the modified fiscal year 2022-2023 budget and long-term financial plan development process. Director Gilroy, did I say that correctly?
I'm sorry, yes, did you hear me?
Yes, yeah, I didn't hear. Well, thank you. It's 11:33 and you're gonna go through a lot of numbers. Thank you for staying that late, and I'll be listening very carefully. Every single cent matter.
Okay, I'll try to go through this expeditiously. So good evening, everyone. For this item, I'll be presenting the fiscal year 21-22 mid-year review budget, also known as the second quarter financial report. Next slide, please. And Mayor Salimi has already read through staff's recommendation. Next slide. So this is just a general overview of the city's financial planning and reporting structure, and it's to show where the mid-year review falls within this structure. This is the second quarter report, and it falls within our quarterly financial reports that staff provides to the City Council on a quarterly basis. At each point, we provide a general overview of the city's financial situation. We also report on budget performance in the form of comparing actuals to budget, and we look at all funds, revenues, and expenditures to determine if any adjustments are needed at that time. And so we do have a number of adjustments that are being presented in this report. Next slide, please. The purpose of the mid-year review is to provide an in-depth assessment or evaluation of the city's revenues and expenditures for the first half of the fiscal year. This includes July through December of 2021. We look at the actuals to determine if they're on track with the budget and determine if adjustments are necessary, as I stated. We also include a projection of the fiscal year end results, where we expect the city's finances to land at June 30. And then also the mid-year budget review provides or sets the baseline for the next year's budget, as well as for any multi-year financial forecasting that the city does. Next slide. So a few budget highlights for the fiscal year 21-22 budget is the city remains in a relatively strong financial condition. And what this means is the city has economic resources to meet its operational needs, as well as its planned capital improvement projects. The city also maintains a general reserve that is, the balance in that fund is equal to 50% of the total general fund ongoing expenditures, and that complies with the city's cash reserve policy. In addition to that, the city also maintains an unassigned fund balance in its general fund, and those are residual funds that are unrestricted and not currently assigned to any specific activities. The mid-year budget is a status quo budget, meaning that there are some economic changes, but there are not any fundamental changes to service levels or the personnel structure. Revenues and expenditures are on track with the proposed mid-year budget. And the current budget also includes the prior adjustments that the City Council adopted back in November for several critical items that were added to the budget at that time. Next slide. So here's an overview of the general fund budget to actual. And as we can see in the current budget, as I mentioned, it includes the adjustments that were adopted in November. We're proposing to use about $3.7 million of general fund unassigned fund balance, and we originally projected a balance, or to end the year with a balance of $2.2 million. We have proposed adjustments in the revenues and expenditure categories, and we're projecting to end the fiscal year with $1.9 million in unassigned general fund balance. And I'll talk a little bit more about what those proposed adjustments are in just a moment. Next slide. So for the general fund revenue, the only proposed adjustment for this mid-year budget is in the sales tax category, and that's to increase the budget to align with current projections based on staff's assessment of the historical trends over the last 6 months, as well as input from our sales tax consultant, HDL. We are not proposing any changes in any of the other general fund revenues, as they're all trending and aligned or trending on target with the original budget. Next slide. Here's a breakdown of the general fund revenues budget to actual. You see the proposed adjustment of about $259,000. We're projecting year-end revenues to be $17.5 million. If I may direct your attention to the two rightmost columns, this is a comparison of the current fiscal year mid-year compared to last fiscal year at the same midpoint to show how much revenue we collected at the same time period. And the purpose of this is just to show that there's timing differences with the way that we receive some of our revenue sources. Some is received monthly, some quarterly, some even once a year. And as we can see, if we compare the two, it's pretty consistent between this year and last year in terms of where we are. There's a couple of anomalies, and one is in other taxes. That category includes the transient occupancy tax, as well as our business license tax. we're seeing that we've collected about 54% compared to 44% last year. And that variance is mostly due to an increase in the TOT, or transient occupancy taxes, due to increases in the travel and lodging industry. So we're not back to pre-pandemic levels, but we are seeing that industry is increasing in terms of travel, tourism, and lodging. In the other revenue category, the difference between last year and this year is just due to the processing of transfers in. Overall, we're at about 40% collected, and last year we were at 43%. So it's pretty consistent year over year. Next slide. For the general fund expenditures, we have a few mostly immaterial adjustments in some of the departments for unanticipated items, as well as to cover some of our consulting contracts in a number of departments, including finance, human resources, and the police departments. But the most significant adjustment is $419,000, and that's the transfer to the recreation fund to fully close the operating gap. And that's mostly due to an original budgeted deficit of about $320,000. Plus, there's some reductions in revenue due to lower than projected program revenues being received. Next slide. And then here it just shows the dollar breakdown by the major categories for the general fund expenditures. We're proposing total adjustments of about $537,000 and projected to end the year at $21.6 million. And again, the two rightmost columns does the same as in the revenue slide, just showing where we were in terms of how much of the expenditures we expended at the midpoint for this year and the prior fiscal year. The only place where there's a large variance is in the other operating expenditures, and that's because the fire engine was purchased before mid-year last year. So we were at 83% of the budget for that category at that point. And then as far as transfers out, we're at 50% this year. We were at 15% last year, and that's just due to timing of when we process the transfer out. Overall, we're at 44% of budget. Last year, we were at 48% of budget. Next slide. So to go into some of the other funds, Measure S 2006, we are proposing an adjustment of $278,000 to align with the updated sales tax revenue projections. And we're projecting to end the year with $2.3 million in unassigned fund balance. Next slide. And the same for Measure S 2014, $278,000 is increasing the sales tax budget. And then there's a small adjustment for a $7,200 expense to replace some appliances in the recreation department. So this was budgeted in the prior fiscal year. However, the purchase did not take place, and so we're just recommending to rebudget that for this year. For this fund, we're projecting to end the year with a $2.3 million unassigned fund balance. Next slide. And just a few more of the non-general funds where we have, or where staff is proposing adjustments. As we can see in the current budget for the recreation fund, we started the budget cycle off with a net deficit of $320,000. And so staff is recommending to transfer the $418,000 to clear that negative balance, in addition to covering additional losses, or not losses, but reductions in revenue due to lower than projected program revenues. And then with that change, we're projecting to end the year with a balanced budget in the recreation fund. It should also be noted that we do look at actuals at year end, and we only transfer the exact amount needed. So right now, the $418,000 is just an estimate of what the fund may need based on the budgeted numbers. Next slide. For the building and planning fund, staff is recommending $305,000. This is mostly for temporary staffing to backfill some building official duties, as well as some permit processing for temporary staff, and then also the software renewal for the major software that the department relies on for its building and permitting processes. That is the Trackit software, which is also used by other departments within the city, such as finance. We use it for business licenses as well. So you'll see the projected year-end balance is a negative $561,000. However, we're expecting to recover a good portion of that as the city is currently undergoing a comprehensive user fee study, and there is a fee that is on hold at this point. And once that study has concluded and the fee is collected, we will expect to recover some of those costs. We will review this fund at year end to determine if any funds will need to be transferred to balance it out. Next slide. For the Measure J fund, we're proposing a $74,000 increase, and this is to align the budget with actual revenue that the city has already received. We're projecting a year-end balance of $1.6 million in unassigned fund balance, and this is mostly to fund multi-year capital improvement projects. Next slide. For the City Streets Improvement Fund, the $290,000 proposed adjustments are to account for 3 grants that were received for transportation-related projects. And then on the expenditure side, staff is recommending $247,000, and this is for some contract amendments for work on the San Pablo Ave Bridge, as well as several other construction projects, and projecting to end the year with $258,000 in unassigned fund balance. Next slide. And lastly, the proposed adjustment for $70,000 in the Sewer Enterprise Fund is to increase expenditures to offset some costs for an emergency sewer project. And this fund is projected to end with just under $20 million in unassigned fund balance. Next slide. So that was just a general overview of the mid-year and where we stand. We are proposing to add a few more adjustments to those items that were added last November. So we're proposing to draw down on fund balance to the tune of about $4 million. Most of those initiatives are one-time initiatives, and so they won't carry on going forward, and that's a completely acceptable use of unassigned fund balance. So for the next section, this is the modified development process for the fiscal year 22-23 budget and long-term financial plan. Next slide. At the City Council meeting on February 1st, staff did provide this development process. Since then, we went in and reviewed some of the dates and made just a few changes to the number of subcommittee meetings, finance subcommittee meetings, and added in a couple of City Council meetings. And the goal is to engage the full City Council more often throughout the process. So it's pretty much the same. Next slide. We did remove the finance subcommittee meeting for May 5th, and we replaced that with a City Council meeting on May 3rd. And next slide. And then we also removed this finance subcommittee on May 25th, and we have May 17th there. So that was the only major changes. And then we also defined or better defined some of the activities that'll happen throughout the process. So those were the only changes there. So we're asking that the City Council approves this modified schedule. Next slide. So some of the upcoming next steps and events will be for staff to amend the fiscal year 21-22 operating and capital budgets should the City Council approve those adjustments tonight. We'll then start to develop the preliminary fiscal year 22-23 budget and the long-term financial plan. And then one of our immediate meetings that's coming up before we get into the budget sessions will be a special meeting and a workshop on the city's tax revenue streams, where we will provide some information, some historical information on the city's main revenues, tax revenues. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Turn it to council. Any questions? I don't see any questions from the council. Then I will turn it to the public. Mr. Menes, good evening. What I will do is you can ask the question, but I would have staff to get back to you at a later time.
Good evening. My questions basically continue over for when this item was on the February 15th agenda. First, for Fund 105 and 106, I noticed that year-to-date actual has negative values for interest and investment income for both funds. I was somewhat curious as to how that works. And then for Fund 285, it looks like there's a significant amount of anticipated revenue, I assume, from the sale of a property that hasn't occurred yet. Does the city know when it expects that sale to occur and the revenue to actually come through? Does it still expect that's going to happen by the end of the fiscal year? That's it. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff will get back to you at a different time. Mr. Gilroy, if you don't mind getting back to Mr. Raphael Menez, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir. First thing in the morning.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we have Tony G.
Yeah, I just have a simple question on the sewer fund. Why is it necessary to maintain practically a $20 million reserve on that fund balance?
Thank you. I will also ask Ms. Gilroy to get back to you on that question. Do you have both people's email? And I would please ask the response to those questions to be included in the minutes, if you don't mind. Madam City Clerk. Thank you.
No more public comments.
Thank you. Then I will turn it to City Council for conversation, discussion, or I would suggest, if you don't have any questions, to please make a motion to approve it with the recommended modification.
I'll move to approve.
Move to approve. Any second?
Second.
Second. Perfect. Madam City Clerk, Mayor Protem, do you have a question? No. No. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Toms.
Yes.
Have.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes item number 12. Item number 13, citizen to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do we have any citizen who wish to talk, who has not talked previously?
No, Mayor. It looks like there are no public comments.
Excellent. Thank you. That concludes item number 13. Item number 14, adjournment. I adjourned the meeting to the regular City Council meeting of March 15, 2022 in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. And I will see you all in 2 weeks in person, and some of you remotely. But thank you very much. We had a great meeting. Good evening, everybody.